and I've got to go address that. I hope to get back after a while.
Have fun.
Yeah, fun and games. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Greg.
I thought you were retired, Greg.
Working harder than I ever did. I don't know how I got anything done before when I had the milk cows too.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our meeting today of the Governor's Grizzly Bear Advisory Council. It's great to have you all join us today. You came in on some just back and forth conversation among some council members about the things that are happening at home for them. And so that was just a nice little insight into the everyday life of a couple of our council members. Do want to just start today by, again, thanking you for joining us today. I know a lot of you members of the public have been following us for a long time now, and we're nearing the end of this journey. And so thank you for all of that. And thank you to the council members and members of the support team who are with us today as well. Again, my name is Sean Johnson, and with Heather Stokes, we are the facilitators for the Governor's Grizzly Bear Advisory Council. We're from the Center for Natural Resources and Environmental Policy at the University of Montana. And I think anyone who's been following this, but for those who haven't, know that we're nearing the end of this process. This is probably our last major meeting as a group, and excited to get to this point. It's been a journey of a lot of discovery of information and facts and challenges and conversation and just good work together. And it's been a privilege to be a part of the conversations and work with the council members and the support team over the past 10 months or so. Just wanted to quickly go over our agenda today, and then I'm going to invite council members to introduce themselves. And just to give the council members a quick heads up, given that this is nearing the end of our time together, as you introduce yourself today, in addition to who you are and where you live, it'd be great to have you share just a brief reflection on the council's work. What has being part of the council meant to you is kind of the framing question there that I'd like everyone just to briefly respond to. After we do introductions, we're going to go over the council's progress to date and kind of understand how we got to today, what's gone into all the work and recommendations that you see before you. And then from there, we're going to take a good look at the public comment that's come in over the last 3 weeks. It's been really great to have members of the public follow along and provide some really in-depth conversation or comments and conversation on the council's work. And from there, it's really a matter of moving into some finalization of the council's work. So capturing the thoughts that they want to carry forward from that public comment, thinking about their own comments and additions, and then working through the document, similar to how we did in Helena a couple of weeks ago. So with that, I'm going to invite the council members to say a quick hello. And just for kind of good old time's sake, Annie, we're gonna start at the top and have you kick things off as you typically do. So Annie, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yep. Thank you, Sean. I love being first. My name's Annie Schuschke. I live in East Glacier, Montana. I work as a naturalist guide and also an early educator in Browning Public Schools. This process to me, I joined the council because it was too big and too important of a conversation to have, talking about grizzly bears. As a naturalist and as a Montanan, they're important to me on so many levels. And the council, the process that we've gone through over the last 9 or 10 months has really helped open my eyes to the other side of the table, I guess, or to conversations that I wasn't aware of, and livelihoods and realities for other folks in Montana. And I hope that by meeting me, I've opened eyes to the other side as well for folks. And so it was just a huge learning process. I felt I knew a lot about the biology of bears, but the social acceptance and tolerability of bears has really been enlightening. And so I really appreciate the 17 other folks on the council, plus our support staff, and all you've taught me over the last 10 months. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Annie. Bret?
Yeah, thanks. Bret Barney. I'm a wildlife manager for Sunlight Ranch in the actually live in Wyola, but our ranch that has the biggest problems with grizzly bears is actually over in the Red Lodge area. So I think the past 9 or 10 months for me too has been learning a lot from a lot of the people on the council, as well as from our support team, and even reading through the comments. As much as I've been able to try to get through all of those, what the grizzly bear means, not only just to us, but to the general public, and definitely opened my eyes up with, I thought our problems were bad with talking to Greg and talking to like Trina, it's and Christian. It's pretty interesting that it's really opened my eyes up as well, as far as across the state, what the problems are. And I have no doubt that there are, I've made probably long life friendships out of these 17 people, and the support staff. And I truly appreciate all of you and everything that I've learned from you.
Great. Thank you, Bret. Caroline.
Hi, Caroline Bird. I'm a conservation consultant here in Bozeman, and I can't believe we're getting to that point that we've been together for since last October, and what an amazing journey it's been. But to me, it's so emblematic of Montana and how we work together and how we speak to each other and listen to each other and learn from each other and respect each other, regardless of coming at these challenges of living with grizzly bears from very different places. And I am so proud of the work that we have done and the big body of work that we agree on. I think that's so important, and I'm just really proud of that. And I know that there are places that we don't agree, and that's probably good too. If any one of us agreed with everything in these recommendations, there might be something wrong with them. And I think that that's part of the process, that we've come to have these difficult conversations, make some compromises, learn from each other, and come to a place where we can all say, yeah, no, I understand your perspective. And I appreciate it and I respect it. So I'm proud of us as Montanans, not just the 18 of us, but all of us in Montana, and facing up to the challenges of being a state where we have a lot of wildlife, including grizzly bears, and what that means to live with them and have our livelihoods and to be safe and to meet the challenges of this remarkable place we get to call home. So.
Great. Thank you, Caroline. Chad.
Good afternoon, Chad Bauer with Republic Services out of Missoula. And, I guess if anything, the last 12 months working with this council has taught me patience. Always been one that wants to get things done, get them done quickly and get them done correctly. But I'll agree with Carolyn and everybody that's gone before me. I think, there's 18 individuals on this council that represent 1 million people in the state of Montana. And it's been a trying process at times. It's been a fun process, but I think, the friendships and the long-term working relationships we've developed will continue long into the future. And that's one of the best things that's come out of this council, other than the recommendations. Hopefully we'll finish up today and move on to the governor. So thanks for having me.
Great. Thank you, Chad. Chuck.
Hello, I'm Chuck Rody, and I'm the manager of a forest products company, FH Stoltz Land and Lumber Company, in Columbia Falls, Montana. And I have to say, I have participated in a lot of different groups, somewhat similar to this, a lot of different collaboratives. Forgive me, Shell, I know I don't like that word. But I have to say, this is probably the most considerate, respective and sensitive to their fellow council members of any group I've ever participated on. And I hand it to everyone. It took us a while, but we finally got to hear most people's real feelings. And I think that was mostly because people are so considerate. And I really appreciate that in everyone, and really enjoyed doing this. It's been a little bit tough. It's hard to do your job and this too, at least in my case. So thank you. I appreciate all of you.
Great. Thank you, Chuck. Cole.
Hi, this is Cole Mannix, and I'm part of a family ranch in the Helmville area. I live in Helena and have really appreciated each of you through this process. It's complex, hard to know how you go through a decision-making process like this as a state. And so I think it's, even though the issue isn't easy, I do think we've respected each other and treated each other with consideration. So yeah, I think that we still have some work to do today, maybe even more than that, but I really appreciate all the work that's gone into it.
Great. Thank you, Cole. Darren.
Hi, I'm Darren Boss. I live in Havre, Montana. I'm the department head for the off-campus research facilities for Montana State University. I guess I just want to thank everybody, the 18 people that are now friends. Some of us knew each other beforehand, some of us didn't, but even through all of our dialogues and discussion and the hard work we've had on top of a pandemic and webbing and everything else, we've done some real great work here. And I think everybody's had a chance to contribute, and pretty proud of the fact that we're going to almost reach the end gate here. And pretty proud of it, and pretty proud of all the people in the support group that supported us all along the way, that let us do our work. But when we needed information and help, when you asked specific questions, they came out and told us where we were and what we needed, the information we wanted. So, but thanks everybody. It was a great time, even though it was difficult topic and a great thing. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Darren. Erin.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to echo what everybody else has been saying, but first off, thank you to the support team. Thank you to all the members of the council. Thank you to the various writing teams who have put extra hours into this. Thank you to, FWP for continuing to gather information for us, for Dylan for giving us, continuing to feed us information. I mean, it just has taken an enormous amount of work, and I recognize that, and I really appreciate that. I think, this has been really challenging, and I think, as Chuck said, it does become almost a job, right, in this last year, and I think it's been worth it. And I'm excited to see the end, but I'm also really excited to see where this goes from here. So there's a lot of work that has to come after this to accomplish some of the things we've listed, and so that's what I'm kind of excited to get started on, if it isn't already started. And I think there's, we will always have our differences, and we may be on separate places and, some of these issues, forever into the future. But I do hope that at least doors have been opened to where, we can at least have conversations around some of this in the future and keep that communication going. Because I think open doors and communication is extremely valuable, especially in a challenging issue such as grizzly bears. And it also offers us opportunities. So thank you, everybody, and look forward to the next steps.
Awesome. Thank you, Erin. And next on my list was Greg Schock. And if you guys were listening right at the beginning of today's meeting, he got a call that I believe it was an irrigation line burst for him. So he's a dairy farmer, retired, he says, out of St. Ignatius, and still looking after the place quite a bit. So he's going to try to join us here again as soon as he can. Heath, you're up next.
Hello, my name is Heath Martinell. My family ranches in southwest Montana, and our summer range is in the Centennial Valley. I guess some of the things that have meant the most to me have also been pretty much what everybody's said about getting a chance to hear other perspectives and really feel like people were very willing to hear the stories about what it means to be on the landscape. And I just appreciate the fact that pretty much everybody that I know of recognizes how important open lands are, and keeping those lands open. A big way to do that is keep those businesses that are on them viable. And I would also like to say that if you're on I-15 coming by Dell, make sure you stop in and try and visit us. We'd appreciate it. We don't get a whole lot of visitors, so everybody's welcome. And also, I'm going to put in a cheap plug. This little puppy here, if anybody's looking for puppies, we've got about 7 of them. So there you go. Come to Dell and pick out a puppy. But appreciate everybody's time, support team and council as well. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Heath. Annie, try to wait until after the meeting to get in your car and head down to Dell. Jonathan.
I'm Jonathan Bauer. I live in the Swan Valley. I have a small, somewhat subsistence farm here with my wife, and just grow a lot of our food. I used to think it was just the heart of Grizzly country, but after meeting so many folks, there's many different places that really fit that title, and that's been one of the most interesting things for me, is just learning about all the different relationships that we all share with grizzly bears and the different ways that we interact with them. That's been a really important thing. Listening to everyone, I thought they were all going to be tough acts to follow, but then Heath went and tried to hand out puppies, so that was really impossible to follow after that. But the big thing that I took from this, just really the importance of listening to each other, really without prejudice. Everyone's got their own experiences, and those experiences are absolutely true to those people. It informs their feelings and concerns. Being able just to take those stories in and take them to heart has really showed the complexity of the issues that we're dealing with. It made me realize how, simple solutions, they're really not likely to stand the test of time. They really need to be working together. And like Erin said, I think that the relationships that were built here are really representative of the relationships we need to be building across the state. Fighting over these issues, the only thing that'll lose out is the grizzly bear. We've got to work together on these things, and I think this is a really good first start. Really proud of the work that we've done in that regard, and I think that's come through in our document that we continue to work on, and definitely needs some more input. I think we'll get a lot done today, but there's still some work to do, but we're really getting there, and I've just really valued the time with all of you and learned a ton from it. So thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Kameron.
Yeah, hi. My name is Kameron Kelsey, and my family owns and operates a guest ranch in Southwest Montana. And I don't have a whole lot of new to add. I really echo just about everybody and what they've said. And it's been a extreme learning process for me. I used to think I knew a lot about bears, and come to realize that there's a lot more people that know a lot more about those animals than I do. And as Erin stated, I'm excited to see where this kind of goes from here. This is just kind of the starting point to the next 30, 50 years. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how this becomes implemented, if it does, and where it goes from there. And again, thanks to everyone, great friendships made along the way, and the support staff and all the effort they have put into this as well. It's been a tremendous amount of man hours put into this process. So thank you to everyone, and looking forward to today and into the future.
Great. Thank you, Kameron. Kristen, and your little friend.
Hi, I'm Kristen Kipp. Here's Oakley. She's about 3.5 months, a little over 3 months now. And I live on the Blackfeet Reservation, north of Browning. I'm an ag producer and I guess kind of a homesteader too. We have a lot of different creatures here at home. And kind of a hippie. I never said that before, but I really am. And anyway, that's me. That's my intro. But the process so far has been extremely frustrating at times, many times, but it's been very rewarding. And I definitely agree on the lifelong friendships and listening. It's been difficult, but I think it's been very, I hate to use the word rewarding again. It's been a beautiful process, but it hasn't been easy. And I really don't really have anything else to say. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to see you all. I miss you, everybody. And that's it.
Thank you, Kristen.
And here's the baby if you didn't get to see a good view of her. She's
okay.
standing a lot.
Great. Thank you, Kristen. And another member who's not able to be with us today is Lawrence Grossfield. He's a rancher out of the Big Timber area and just couldn't join us this afternoon. He did send a few notes ahead of time, so we'll be sure to capture his thoughts as we move through today's conversation. Michelle, you're next.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dietrich. I'm from Hamilton, Montana, but greetings from Ohio again. It's a little earlier to be here, but my mother at 84 was in a golf lesson and fainted in the 90-degree heat and broke both bones on her right leg. So I am now taking care of my mother, making sure she doesn't put any weight on that for 6 weeks. And so I'm back in Ohio, but I am also, we have a lot of work to do today. So I'm going to try to be quick and just say ditto to everything everyone has said. I've learned so much on this council, and I really hope that some of the things that we have put together continue on and create some solutions for living with grizzlies on the landscape.
Thank you, Michelle. Nick.
Hi, is this working?
It is.
Great. I'm Nick Givok. I work for the Montana Wildlife Federation. I'm here in Helena. And yeah, I would agree with what everyone said. When I came into this, I said I wanted to see some really tangible things that come out of this that really make a difference for grizzly bears and people. And so I think what I take away is this is just the beginning, and I certainly will hopefully be calling many of you during the legislative session to, show up and testify and try to implement. I don't want a report that just sits on a shelf and gathers dust. I want to see some things come out of this. And I think this is a great start. And I want to thank not only the council members, but the support staff and everyone, because it's been a lot of work, and it's been very, it's been gratifying to see people come together on a really tough issue. So.
Thank you, Nick. Robyn. Uh-oh, Robyn, we're having a hard time hearing you. Do you want to try again?
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now.
There you go.
So I guess I'll lead off with saying, wow, it's been a challenging year for all of us, virtually meeting. And I just want to say thanks to my council members and to the support team for all your infinite patience with my challenging internet service up here in the way back in the Yak. But amazingly enough, I'm very thankful that I've been able to continue to participate. We seem to be able to figure it out one way or 10 others, so I can be participating in a way that is meaningful. I'm going to echo again what everybody has said here. Big thanks to not only the support team and all the hard work you guys have done, and the infinite patience certainly with me and some of my technical problems that I've been having, but also to the council members for having such a deep and profound love and care for Montana and Montana wildlife, and particularly grizzly bears. I think we all know, and we knew it coming into this, that we're all deeply passionate and care deeply about this issue. And even the hard issues, we haven't been afraid to speak about them And I'm proud of the work we've done where we have come up with solutions where we couldn't find consensus. I think we're doing a good job of that. And I'm just very proud of that work as well. We've come up with some great recommendations. I'm really looking forward to the work we have in front of us today. It won't be easy, but because we've built these great relationships over the last year, I think that, and we have deep respect for each other and our points of view, I think we're going to get there. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Robyn. And you're coming through loud and clear, so it's good to hear you today. Trina Jo.
So I'm Trina Bradley. I live on the southern end of the Blackfeet Reservation on the east front of the Rocky Mountains where my husband and I ranch. And I'm gonna ditto everything that everyone said. I do feel like we've made some really good friendships. I feel like we've become a little grizzly bear family. I am very appreciative of everyone that put in lots of hours supporting us and following us and informing us, and mostly putting up with my unique way of doing things. This morning, Heather called me and I was just getting done moving some cows, and I told her that we pulled our bulls today, which means we took them out of the cows and put them back in their own pasture. Darren, stop laughing. Anyway, and I was thinking as we were doing that, usually it is a giant shit show. Sorry for the language, but that's the only way that I can describe it. You have 10 bulls and you get them all together and they start fighting, and then one runs one way and one runs the other way, and one won't go regardless of how many times you hit him with the four-wheeler. And then you finally get them all lined out, and then you get to the creek, and when they hit the brush, they just go a bunch of different directions, and then you spend all day like herding them back together. And I feel like that's how this process has been. And I feel like we were the bulls and Sean and Heather were the cowboys. And I think you guys deserve a lot of recognition for that. And the best thing about that is that after our bulls spend a week fighting like they've never met each other before, they go back to being friends for the rest of the time that they're together. And I feel like that's how this council has been. We've butted heads, and then we've calmed down, we've butted heads some more, and then but in the end, we can all still look at each other in the eye and respect each other. And I think that's a really awesome thing that we've done. And also, because there's puppies and babies, here's my kitten. And I'm done.
Great. Thank you, Trina. And thanks all of you for sharing those sentiments. Just a nice testament to who you are and how much you care about Montana and each other and the issues that we've been grappling with. One of the things that a lot of you guys mentioned was the role and support that FWP and the agency has provided. And I know we have Martha with us this afternoon. And so Martha, I just hope you're hearing all those comments. I want to thank you and the staff for everything that you've done to support the council and support Heather and I throughout this, and invite you to share any words that you'd like to share with the council if you're there and able to jump in just now.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you all. I won't add much because I think your words are so much more powerful than mine, but we couldn't, as a state, we couldn't ask for more, I don't think, than what you have pulled together, and that you've put a lot of time, a lot of expertise, you've brought various perspectives and have demonstrated a way forward for us. And I just can't thank you enough for that. And in addition, Sean and Heather, thank you for your role in it, and appreciation for everyone else on the technical team that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has been so heavily involved in this. We also are working on long-term grizzly bear conservation and management with our partner agencies as well. So it's been really great to have the Fish and Wildlife Service. I know Wildlife Services and others along for the ride. So just really interested to see how the process goes, and my promise that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks will take the lead or take your lead in moving this forward. And we will really honor the recommendations that you have taken so much time to put together, and appreciate it. So I will be on all afternoon and will be listening with relish.
Great. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Martha. And just to give a shout out to the team and to Charlie Sperry in particular, who's helped foster those relationships with sister agencies that you've been talking about. So we do have representation from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the National Park Service, USGS, Wildlife Services, Forest Service. We've had folks from the Park Service, as well as from 2 of our tribal nations. We've had great participation from the CSKT and Blackfeet. And so thanks, Charlie, for all your work, helping make sure that those voices help contribute to our conversations. For members of the public that are listening, I did just want to make sure that you knew that there were some relevant documents posted to the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council website today that might be of use if you'd like to reference those as we move through our conversation. So if you go to the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Grizzly Bear Advisory Council site, you can just Google that. You should see not only today's agenda, but the latest working document that the council will be talking through today. So this is their latest recommendations report. I believe it's titled August 5th Council Report. There is a summary of all of the public comments that the council has received based on, or since the time the July 17th version of the report was posted online. So we've been capturing those and tracking those and keeping track of which elements members of the public were interested in and commenting on. And so that is there. And there's also an opportunity today for those that would like to provide comments in real time. So you should still see an option for public engagement there. We've got a couple members of the FWP communications team that are monitoring that. So if there's anything today that you'd like to share, we'll check in later with them today and bring forward your thoughts and comments. I want to now pivot to the focus of today, which is really building off of the work that has got us to this point, and provide just a real quick snapshot of what that road looked like and where we're going to today. So the council did a really good job talking about who they are and the spirit of their work and how they represent diverse Montanans who demonstrate not only an interest in the future of grizzly bear management, but a strong commitment to working together, keeping an open mind, and seeking common ground. They've really approached this from a problem-solving perspective, not a competition of ideas, but an opportunity to learn together, to ask questions, explore issues, to challenge assumptions, and to put forward strategies that will help the grizzly bear and help all Montanans. I think throughout the conversations, they realized that scope of just Montana was at times too narrow. And so they really did want this to be an inclusive conversation about people and bears. We got to today by starting with a whole bunch of topically based presentations. And so this really was a lot of information coming really quickly at the council around some of the key themes that we were focused on. Those occurred from October all the way through March and April. And in the meantime, working groups were established in January, and those teams facilitated a lot of the initial substantive work in between meetings. So they were advancing ideas and providing a mechanism to share concepts and emerging recommendations, as well as to build the relationships that everyone spoke to earlier today. From that, a series of working documents were created that started to summarize those ideas, to refine thinking, to identify needs and gaps, and to provide an opportunity for reflection. So we had you'll see all of these documents online. There was an emerging ideas document, a consolidated ideas, a skeletal framework, consolidated frameworks, identification of areas of common ground and areas for additional discussion. And then finally, a series of draft reports aimed at integrating, summarizing, and synthesizing all of those key concepts and recommendations. Following the council's June meeting, that was June 8th and 9th, the current structure and format was adopted, which includes a preamble, guiding principles, vision and core recommendations. Work at the July meeting focused on identifying areas of agreement where additional discussion was needed, and recommendations that did not achieve consensus support were then moved to a new section 2 of the report. And so today the council will review and consider where they are in the overall process. They'll also integrate the public comment that they've received on their recommendations and offer their final round of guidance to a writing team who will take today's discussion and use it to finalize the report. Just want to emphasize that from the beginning, we've been focused on providing meaningful opportunities for public engagement and involvement, and that the council members have really valued that. They want and appreciate the voice of fellow Montanans and people from throughout the country and around the world. This really is a topic of wide interest. And that all of us recognize that the council's recommendations will be stronger and better informed with all of this public input and involvement. Our goals for today are pretty simple. We want to continue to engage with each other in the spirit of problem solving and finding common ground. We want to review, respond to, and incorporate public comments and suggestions where possible. We want to gather final guidance from council members so that we can complete the report by the end of the month. And to do that, really focus on content, not wording. We've got our writing team on task for that. But really, this is our chance to make sure that if there's any final guidance or input that we want to share with one another or with the writing team, that we bring that forward today. And then we need to spend some time, as we did at the July meeting, reviewing and approving any report items that need a council decision. So anything that requires our thumbs process. And then we'll end the day by determining our roadmap and next steps for finalizing the report. What we're not doing today is worrying about this being our last time together. We're working with the governor's office to find a time to hand off the document, and that will give us a chance to reflect on the overall process, just to connect as friends and colleagues again, and to discuss opportunities to share these recommendations moving forward. So again, just the documents that we'd like you all to have in front of you are the August 5th, so the one that's labeled 8/5/20, August 5th, 2020 council recommendations. Either have that pulled up as a PDF or the Google Doc. And just recognize that the writing team did some reorganization and included some new and revised elements that were based on the assignments from your July meeting. And it might also be helpful to have the July 24th version of the council's report handy. This captured some of those assignments in red, or all of those assignments in red. Many of those, as you may recall, were assignments for the writing team to really consolidate and further wordsmith some ideas, but they'll still need the council's review and endorsement. Just before we move forward, I wanted to thank the writing team. So Jonathan, Annie, and Trina, thank you so much for the work you've done on this latest version, and just wanted to provide an opportunity for you all to share any thoughts or comments with the council about your process. We don't need to jump into the specific content items just now. We'll do that after we discuss the public comment, but anything that you wanted to share just in terms of the writing team process that got us to today?
Yep. Thank you, Sean. I will speak for that. And if I forget anything, Trina and Jonathan will jump in. Once again, I kept a running commentary. I didn't send it to everybody, but I made comments on what we did specifically. And so if you want to talk about why something was or was not added, feel free to reach out to me after the meeting and we can talk about that. We really appreciated the homework that you all did and got to us in a timely manner. We tried to put that in red, but if it didn't get turned to red, it was supposed to, we just forgot. So sorry, it's not permanent. But we tried to add things in red if it didn't get read. Sorry, but it's meant to be. We also had some comments that were more wordsmithing and editing, like the preamble and some of these areas that we've worked hours on and spent a lot of time on. And we really, as the three of us with Sean and Heather as well, talked about not adding or taking away from what we reached consensus on at our last meeting. And so I know that there are some folks who made comments for wordsmithing and editing preamble, and some of these comments or things for the guidelines for if there were a hunting season, and collectively decided we've already agreed on those. And so that is why you will not see those edits in this document. When you come through the document, you'll see some superscripts. Trina's in charge of those. We have tentatively been putting superscripts where there's a list or there needs to be where there is substantive commentary, and then we're putting that in the appendix. And so if there's lists of entities or sub recommendations, like with the recreation and permits is the example I'm coming up with, those will be in the appendix, but the essence of the recommendation is still in the body. The formatting is not done yet. It's Times New Roman 12 font, 1.15 spacing, and the framework with the indentations and numbering has not been done yet because of our comments from the last go around. I was planning on making a new framework with numbers and letters, that system, after this meeting, but all of our notes aligned with the numbers from the last one. So bear with us, the numbers are still probably wonky. Jonathan worked a lot on the headers for each of our categories of recommendations: education and outreach, conflict prevention, and he really tried to have one unanimous voice, not taking any side, but more of a Montana voice, explaining a little bit for the reader what each of these were, which of the categories that we were tasked with from the governor. Let's see, script formatting. Section 2, so we have preamble, vision. Section 1 is consensus-based recommendations. Section 2 is majority consensus. And so going back to our last meeting, it was kind of confusing for us collectively, but we figured it out by the end, the difference in the majority process vote and the majority consensus for Section 2. And so Section 2, as I understand from our last meeting and kind of what we were doing with the writing team, was Section 2 is a majority consensus. And so those are things that we can't get a full vote on, such as hunting, that we don't agree on, but the majority consensus can get behind it. And after today, there's probably a few more of our recommendations that might go in there, but that's what Section 2 is. And then the appendix, we've added biographies. I copied those from FWP website that Vivica had written in the fall for all of us. Please, by the end of today or tomorrow, look at your biography and make a comment to how you would like to change it, so we can do that. I did not have the photos of us because we probably don't want our photos captured. I don't. The last thing that I had was citations. I know we asked a lot of folks to get citations, and thank you for taking the time to do that. Talking to the support staff and the writing team and looking at the Wolf recommendations that we have access to from a few years ago, it's been really difficult with all of the citations. They mostly pertain to the hunting section and the conversation for and the conversation against hunting. And so it became overwhelming, and it almost is a tit for tat that you can find any citation. And so really, we talked a lot about what to do with the citations moving forward. And we think it's best that, and you all are probably going to be pissed that I don't think we should add them because there's just so many. The Wolf document didn't have it. I don't know if it's adding anything. And so that's a conversation for today that we'll need to have, is if we want to keep the citations or not. I do think if it's something specific, like what Bret was mentioning, the household grizzly bear survey that we all took, if we want to have that and put that as a citation, or if we specifically cite a statistic to have a citation. But I got a lot of like news articles and PR articles and documents and just very different sources to put into the citations. And so it was, it started to feel more like an op-ed than a recommendation document. So that was the last thing for the writing team. Jonathan and Trina, do you want to add anything?
Thanks, Annie. I think that was a really good description. I just want to add, we're trying hard not to make decisions, but on some of the things that may have looked like that, it's more just first steps for the rest of, for all of us as the council to use as a starting place. And so we're trying to take in all the information that we're receiving, turn it into one thing to work off of that, hopefully at this meeting we can move forward on. So I just want to add that in. It's been a great help to receive all that information from you. It's often conflicting, and so we've done our best to try to come up with something middle ground to work from.
Just to add one more thing, I agree with Annie about not dealing with the citations now that we've asked everyone to provide them, because it is a horror show of trying to get them all in there. And the other thing that I wanted to point out is, as we go through this, keep in mind that we're only 3 people with, well, 2 of us have full-time jobs right now. Annie's kind of in the gray zone, but she's been real busy. But remember that we didn't have a whole lot of time to work on this, so please be kind.
Can I just ask, I may have missed this, where can I find the document? I'm having a hard time locating.
Yeah, Cameron. So we sent around a link yesterday morning. So if it's not in your email, the other place.
I'm just searching through emails trying to find things, and
Yeah, it was listed as a embedded link with the name of the document, and so it should just be a hot link to a document labeled 8520 council recommendations.
Yeah, it was an email yesterday morning from Heather.
Do you know what from Heather and do you know what the subject line was?
Just looking.
Me too.
It was GBAC latest draft of report agenda Zoom link for August 5th meeting.
Yeah, it's GBAC-latest draft.
Would it be helpful to re-forward that, Cameron?
Yeah, if somebody wouldn't mind re-forwarding it, I'd like to say I'm not finding it. But...
All right, coming your way.
Thank you.
In the meantime, there should be a PDF version on the Grizzly Bear website, Grizzly Bear Advisory Council website, if you want to jump there, but I just sent it, so hopefully it's coming. And just another round of thanks for Annie, Jonathan, Trina for that explanation, and certainly acknowledge the short turnaround time between our last meeting and this one, and thinking about all the assignments that were coming in between. Our approach to this, and Heather and I spent some time reviewing the July 24th version of the document, and this latest one is to revisit those areas where you decided that you'd like the writing team to suggest some new language or some updated language. And so to Jonathan's point, that's exactly what they've done. They've offered some new language for consideration, and we'll take the time today to walk through those and have you review and approve them or discuss them further in a similar way to what we did on July 22nd. Any other questions on just that process before we jump in? I do want to layer on the public input piece, and then we'll start our review of the report itself.
Annie, this is Chuck. I didn't quite understand. I really also favor, I would agree with you not adding the citations. That it would just be too cumbersome. But the one that would be good to add is Bret's suggestion of the survey. But I would like to offer that there was 3 people didn't. I think we only had 15. Maybe those 3 individuals could get an opportunity to turn theirs in if they so choose.
Yeah.
I think if there's any citation to add, that's the right one.
Thank you,
Bizarre.
Chuck. Yeah, I wanted to also bring that up for discussion later on for Sean and Heather to put it in where it's appropriate. And there were two surveys we took, Chuck. One was the very informal one about hunting. That was a yes, no sort of thing. That was a Survey Monkey, I think. And then the second was the one that Cecily sent to us. That was the random polling for 5,000 Montanans. Which one are you talking about?
The last one that Sicily
Okay.
has done. Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
I too, you guys did a stellar job. Don't sell yourself short on how much time. I mean, you guys worked your butts off. I really appreciate that. And it always takes some people like you to do that. So thanks.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thanks, Annie and Chuck. Charlie, you just jumped on. Did you want to add something? I saw Robyn's hand is up too.
Yeah, I just wanted to just clarify that, or at least understand that. So the household survey that they're talking about, for those that are following along, that was done by University of Montana with partnership with FWP, and we've had some folks asking about when that survey will be done, as in when the results will be available. Those results are, we've got the actual data, the U of M has the data, but they have yet to finish compiling all that and putting it into a final report for putting out for public consumption. So what I believe what the council members are referring to is that they had an opportunity to look at the survey instrument and take that very survey that went out to Montana households, and so there's the results from that are available.
Thank you, Charlie. That captures it well. Appreciate that additional context for those that are just new to the conversation today. And just a point of clarification, Annie, the one thing that I want to make sure that we're using appropriate language for is that section 2, I think majority and consensus are different things. And so I don't want to confuse the matter too much, but just to say that section 2 are those issues where there was not consensus, but that the council was asked to weigh in on. And according to the process that you adopted in July, as long as things arrived at a majority of council approval or consideration, that you could include those in that section. Largely so far, it is around the role of hunting, because that is a key area where the council was not able to reach consensus. But I guess I'm just careful not to use the words majority and consensus back to back, because I just worry that can be confusing.
Thank you, Sean, for that clarification. Yeah, you nailed it.
Okay, well, Robyn, I see your hand is up, and then I do want to move to public comment and layer on that conversation, and then we'll jump into our review. Robyn.
Right, this will be quick. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
You're kind of faint.
Okay, I don't know why, but doing my best here.
Okay.
So thank you, Sean, for that clarification about section 2, and I'll look forward to us further discussing that. That really addressed a concern that I have, and I understand that we'll talk about that later as we go through the document. And I would just very quickly, respectfully disagree with what we're talking about as far as citations and references. I got pushed pretty hard on that at the last meeting, and I did my level best to put together some documents with that information that the council required, or that the council requested, and I tried to make it as easy and user-friendly for the writing team as possible. So I would really like us to revisit that decision before we end today, because I do think it's important, and certainly based on the recent public comment that's come in. However, I agree with you. This should not be a tit for tat or a back and forth. I totally agree with y'all on that. I'm just saying that as for the context of the document itself, and to really fully develop the discussion that we had around this issue, I think it would just make it a stronger and better document for us to put those citations in. And I'm happy to have that discussion later as we move through the document. Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Robyn. We'll certainly revisit that as we go. And I guess just a point of commentary on that, I agree that where the writing team was focused here is on making sure that anything that had a direct citation of data or a particular percentage or number of people or that kind of thing, that they would cite it. I think where there was some concern was that they were getting an avalanche of resources that helped support different concepts or ideas. And so it was hard to cite some of those specifically just to one section of the report and not do that throughout. And so it started to feel like if we did that just in one section, it wasn't fair to some of the other sections that maybe have supporting literature as well, and that would be a huge task that might be a distraction from the recommendation. So that's kind of the scope of conversation, and I think we do need to make a final determination before the end of the day. All right, so moving on to the public comments that we received, I just want to say thanks again to all those who did comment. So organizations, citizens from Montana and beyond, thank you so much for your engagement, for following this process, for sharing your feedback. Thanks to the FWP team, and huge shout out to Charlie in particular for that summary of all the remarks. And what was particularly helpful in that summary is that it aligned with the format of the draft report. And so as we're going through the report today, hopefully you guys are following the public comments that align with those different sections of the report too, and really looking for opportunities to reflect any of those contributions from the public as you move forward. In terms of what I'd like to accomplish just now on public comment, just two things. I'd like to first ask council members to share any general thoughts or reflections you have about the contributions that we've received from the public throughout the council's work, with a particular focus on these last 3 weeks as we've been focused on the report. And then from there, I'd like to invite council members to identify any specific comments or feedback that you would like to flag for consideration as we go through our review of the council's report today. And those specific considerations, I'll make sure I capture those as they come on. And we won't spend time addressing them outside of the context of our review of the report, but I'll just make sure that we're flagging those and bringing those forward as we do our review of the report. Excuse me, got a little tickle in my throat here. So first of all, anyone want to share any just general thoughts or reflections about the contributions that we received from the public throughout the council's work? Caroline?
Yeah, I was very impressed, especially towards the end of the thoughtful, specific comments that we got. I'm a little concerned about what you just said, though, Sean, that we're all going to go over which ones we think deserve consideration. I think that might be that seems like a giant job.
Yeah, no, I maybe what I was thinking is we're going through the review of the document, and I think just based on Charlie's review of where those comments lined with our work, I think there are going to be some where you guys would like to bring forward those considerations into our conversation. So if there's been a chance, if you've had a chance to do that, I'd like to make sure that we do that today and flag those now. I'm not sure that there's going to be a lot of those, and I'm not asking necessarily to go through line by line, but I want to make sure that we are providing that opportunity to at least identify those before we move forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Sean, this is Erin.
Erin.
Just quickly, I will say that some of the pulling out of that document was really helpful to look at. The one thing I did note is there is a lot of support for a lot of sections of our current document, which was actually really validating in a lot of those pieces. And so I just wanted to kind of note that, and that I appreciated that. And like Caroline said, I appreciated that there was a lot of really detailed public comment throughout the entire period. So thank you to the public for all of the comment that they've provided. And also, I think recognizing that all of us have integrated, at least, I have thought about those as we've proceeded and created the document as it exists now as well.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you, Erin, for adding that piece. I know a lot of you have been doing that throughout, and I think that's been the value of engaging the public early on in this process is that we've been able to gather those ideas and incorporate those as we go, so that when we get to these final recommendations, hopefully a lot of that validation and support is because people are seeing their voices in there and the information that they've shared along the way. I see Michelle and Annie's hands are up. Michelle?
I'm having a hard time getting my video going. Okay. Yeah, I think it might expedite things because I kind of put suggestions into the document where they would belong. And if we just go through the document, rather than trying to flag them now and then fit them in, I guess I feel like that would be more expedited. And that's kind of what I prepared. So I'm a little lost.
Yeah, no, that's the process that I'm essentially outlining, is that I wanted to make sure people had a chance to do that. You've had a chance to do that ahead of time, seeing thumbs up from other people that you have too. So happy to just move in that direction, but did want to certainly acknowledge and thank the public for all of their work along the way. Annie.
Same, the public has been phenomenal. We've had an overpouring amount of comments, overwhelming in sometimes, but it's great to see how much the public cares and is participating. I didn't mention this in our synopsis for the writing team, but there were some letters that were sent from different entities like the Sierra Club and a Bike Guild and Center for Biological Diversity, to name a few. And it was really helpful in the beginning to have ideas. And now we had some specifics as we've given out drafts for guidelines and recommendations that they wanted us to rework. And so the writing team really took into consideration the specific examples that these entities had sent to us. And so I just wanted to emphasize that we did read all of those letters and comments, and especially in this end version, tried to honor those and also keep the integrity of what we as an 18-member public council have already worked through. And so I just wanted to let those entities know that we appreciate it, and we tried our best to honor them, as well as the citizen council the governor elected.
Well said, Annie. And I think that's really been a testament to you and the writing team and the council as a whole, is really trying to find that shared voice and that common ground. And thank you to the members of the public and these organizations that have really helped build on that spirit and helped tailor the language in a way that really represents Montana and our shared interests around people and bears. I'm hearing an interest in moving forward then to our review of the document. Any other comments before we jump into the document itself? All right. My suggestion with the document is that we start at the end. The one piece we didn't have a chance to look at in Helena the last time we were together, and those that were online, were the considerations around the role of hunting. And so there were a lot of areas here that were just left up for future conversation. So I'd like to start there and make sure that we have a chance to discuss the formatting and content of those considerations. And then we'll return to the top of the document and do a top to bottom review, incorporating your thoughts, ideas, public comment, and decisions as we go. So with that, Trina, I think we've asked you to share your screen again today and help guide us as we review the document. Are you at a place where you can do that? Yep, there we are. Okay. So if you scroll down to, I think it's page 11, there is the guidance around the role of hunting. You all did approve the initial language there, that first paragraph around substantial deliberation given to the role of hunting and the diversity of interpretations of available science backgrounds, values, and opinions. We didn't have a chance to fully review the considerations around the role of hunting. And just as a reminder to council members and those listening online, as council members were really thinking about this question around the role of hunting, there were a couple of pieces, and these are captured in that opening paragraph. There was the role of hunting itself what is the role, the value of hunting as it relates to grizzly bear management and conservation. And then beyond the question of whether there should be a hunt, what guidance would the council like to provide without consensus in the event that the commission moves forward with hunting regulations? These considerations around the role of hunting are really used to help inform that first conversation, just around the considerations that agencies and partners and the public might consider as they're thinking about a role for hunting. And then the section that follows that is the council's guidelines for a proposed grizzly bear hunt, were that to occur sometime in the future. So just want to open it up for conversation here. It looks like Trina has captured where we are in the document. Maybe I'd invite the writing team to start, Trina, or anyone else. Were there any, I think there were a few changes and additions since the July meeting. Do you want to just briefly share what those are, and then we'll open it up for conversation?
So we did make a few revisions. We had some things sent to us. Here's what we came up with our concerns for this section, this considerations around the role of hunting. And that is, if you look at the first two bulleted considerations for and against that are in black, you can see that they all have the exact same wording, except for one says does not have a role and one says has a role. So this is a perfect example of this almost being an insignificant, not helpful part of the document. And I know that some hands are going to go up when I say that. But if we're just putting in our opinions about hunting, this thing could be 48 pages long. And I could combat everything that the other side says with what I think. So are we really doing anything with this section? And so that's what we wanted to talk to the council about today. Not, I mean, if we decide to keep this section, then we can really go through all the bulleted points and what needs to be where and whatever. But that was something that we really were struggling with, is where do we draw the line? And Annie and Jonathan, you can chime in if I didn't represent your ideas.
Yeah, I'll jump in quick if that's all right. I know there's some other hands up, and I just gotta say, like, being on the writing team, this section has just become a real burden and a little bit disappointing, how quickly it's grown without really anything that's productive. And I know how strongly we all feel about this issue, both within the public and the council. It doesn't seem like a very productive aspect of our work or discussions. That's just my take on it right now.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan. I see a lot of hands coming up here, and I guess I do want to remind council members that from the very beginning, you realized that there were going to be places where you weren't going to agree on things, and we decided that capturing those different points of view was important in those situations. And so maybe that's what this accomplishes, even short of consensus views. So there could be value here, but I think that's the conversation we're having. I've got Robyn, then Annie and Michelle. Robyn?
Thanks. So that's, Trina, thanks for sharing that. And Jonathan, how you're looking at that. How I understood what this section 2 was supposed to be was that the governor, wanted to see what that discussion was. And so when I look at these two lists, I have a bit of a different feeling about it. Absolutely, you don't want to get into this back and forth, but of course that's what that would be. But, if we're going to show those of us who think hunting has a role in bear management, and those of us who think it does not have a role in management. So my understanding about this was that the governor wanted to see what 18 folks from a diverse group, what that conversation looked like. So when I look at this list, I don't think it's, I do think it's productive. I think we're giving the governor, you know, what he asked for. Or at least that's what I understood, because when originally in my working group, we said, well, if we can't find consensus on this, we shouldn't even be having this discussion about the role of hunting. We should just, you know, take that off the table, no consensus. And then my understanding was that that was not what the governor did not want us to do that. So we needed to create this, you know, a vehicle within which he could see what that discussion was like. And so I would just invite y'all to think about it that way. I don't think we need to just go on and on and on with lists, and that's why, you know, the list I'm looking at right now, I think it's, especially if we would include our citations and references for those who want to go look at that for, you know, the entire conversation. I think that's going to be helpful for the public going forward, because as we see from public comment, this is going to continue to be a big issue going forward. Excuse me for overstating the obvious. And I do think showing how we were in dialogue about it is important. And I think ultimately when we get to the end of the day today, I hope, when we kind of tweak this language in this section and P side of it that we did not have consensus on it, I do think it's going to be really helpful to inform decisions that are going to be made going forward. That's how I'm looking at this. Again, this is not, Trina and Jonathan, not in any way disparaging your point of view here. I would just invite you to look, you and all of the council, to look at this a little bit differently. And we did make some tweaks, I would say, on the hunting does not have a role in bear management. Some of those tweaks that we made at the last meeting were very helpful. That was very
Is there a way we can increase her volume?
You know, I don't know that we can, Brad. I was wondering the same thing. And then we just lost you, Robyn, but I think we gathered the majority of what you were saying, which was that you do see value in this section, that you feel like it's representative of the charge that the council was given from the governor, and that you also support including citations for a fuller conversation and access to resources and information on this. So hopefully that does justice to your comments. I'm going to ask Annie and Michelle to weigh in here, and then suggest maybe that this is an item where we just want to get a sense of the council on where you are, and maybe try some thumbs in terms of first including this section and then getting to any content considerations. Annie.
Thanks. I just wanted to put in for Robyn that the writing team does agree that this dialogue is important. And we know that the two lists are visually nice and helpful. We were just kind of tossing around ideas that maybe we go back to just the paragraph that the opposed to hunting has, since the for hunting came up with the guidelines. We didn't want to delete it right away. It was really, it was getting to be a lot, because we continued to have people adding in things that were for this conversation that we never actually had a conversation around. And a lot of the citations for this section were a lot of opinion pieces that weren't science-based so much, but it was articles from the New York Times, the LA Times, National Geographic, sources that wouldn't, in my opinion, hold up as science, but more like Daily Interlake articles from a newspaper that could be skewed one way or the other. There were a lot of hard science, and there were like DVDs and CDs and pieces of legislation and law like Pittman-Roberts and whatnot. And so really what we were just trying to do is get a conversation about how this could look. And then moving forward, I personally don't want to have to cite a DVD, a piece of legislature, and a news article. And so if we decide to keep this section and have citations after we vote. I'm going to send out a new homework for everybody to actually cite it in either MLA or the other, whatever we decide on, because that's a lot of work and I don't want to do it.
Thanks, Annie. I appreciate that perspective. And I guess I would just suggest that this is one of the challenges that's inherent in a process where you've got some non-consensus items, right? Where because this is the one section of the report where you're not in agreement, it tends to offer up that opportunity for the different sides or the different perspectives to continue to build out their perspective and their side, and there's value in that. But I think the writing team is saying, let's make sure we capture the valuable elements of that conversation, but not focus so much time on this that we're losing the key points of conversation, or in some ways sacrificing the other elements, the consensus elements of the report. Michelle and then Bret.
Okay, well, I actually think there's a lot of value. I say ditto to Robyn. There's a lot of value in this conversation. It's something that Martha Williams asked for. It's also something that the governor asked for. And I think, you know, after our discussion last time, I went in and tried to rework the ones because there were questions about the validity of surveys depending on how they're done. So I tried to replace the surveys. I did use, for one of them, because hunting carnivores is an emotionally charged issue. And so what I was trying to say is there could be a backlash, and this has happened in the past. So I included articles of when it happened in the past. I don't think those articles need to go in. I mean, I think we agree that it is an emotionally charged issue, but you know, I think I think citations are important. I would be happy to sit down with Robyn and go through each one individually and give you specific citations for each one. I think because it's an emotional issue, there also are some that are not going to be scientifically based, but evidence-based. So I think the citations are important, but I don't think the writing team has to do it. I mean, I think we can take them and do them and maybe agree on the ones that we're going to leave in here that have weight or whatever we want to do that way, but we can sit down and do those citations.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Bret, and then I want to check in with council on process. I don't want us to spend too much time here if we're at a point where we want to vote on including these or moving forward in some way. Bret?
Yeah, I guess I agree that with Annie and that maybe this probably should go away. I think that as I went through there and read it, I just see that I just don't want to put my name on the bottom of a document that I'm not sure is necessarily accurate. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Bret. I think, you know, the way this is formatted was certainly for those different ideas to come forward, and maybe that speaks to the need for citations if we're going to include these different pieces. Jonathan, you're up again, and you're a member of the writing team, so I'll give you the last word before we take a vote on this.
Yeah, I think I'm having some internet issues right now. Hold on.
I can hear you pretty well, but maybe turn your video off for the moment.
Yeah, I'll try that. Okay, so I just wanted to say, you know, as to whether it stays in there or not up to the writing team. I'd say regardless, it's not a task for the writing team. If it's going to be emotionally driven opinions and debate that are in this section, there's just nothing that we can do to you know, reword people's personal approaches to this. And so if we do decide to stay in, and I agree that there was some discussion that did bring the value of having these opposing views in there. I think that is a useful piece of information to include, but we should at least decide how we want it to exist within the document. And there's just not much that the writing team can do with it. And so whatever form it takes is fine with me, but I think we need to figure that out. But what started to happen was each point, the other side would just add a counterpoint. And so we need to be careful it doesn't just, each side just grows with an addition on the other side. So have some kind of guidelines for what can or should be in there and how it's presented, I think would be a good discussion if we care to discuss that.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Certainly recognize how this is a really difficult task for the writing team because it doesn't represent those consensus views, and you guys have really been searching for that common voice throughout. And if we do move forward, I certainly appreciate that it would be a task for those who are willing and able to take on representing those different perspectives. Just a couple of more voices here and then check in on process. Cole, your hand just came up, and then I think Charlie wants to weigh in as well. Cole?
Yeah, so I'm seeing, I guess it's a structural comment. There's guidance around the role of hunting is a heading, and then there's these considerations around the role of hunting. And then the third part is then council majority's guidelines for a proposed grizzly bear hunt. I do think it's just confusing the way it's presented. And so I want to suggest, what if we treat this simply with a sort of a majority opinion and a dissenting opinion? And just separating out cleanly, first, a heading that basically explains that we don't have consensus, like we already have. And then separating it out into essentially an argument from one side and then the reasons from the other side. Maybe we're making this too complicated. I think the headings as they currently are, is pretty confusing, and I'm not sure how you can sort of sort out the value, a reader of this document. And it seems to me like there's some important points made, but that it could be simply presented in a majority and a dissenting viewpoint. And if people feel strongly about it, we can, people can list which viewpoint they are aligned with. That's it from me.
Thank you, Cole. A couple of hands went up in response to that, I'm guessing. So Charlie, did you have something that you wanted to share before we hear those responses?
I'll honor the council members first, Sean. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like Michelle and Erin, you'd like to weigh in. I don't know if it was in response. I just was looking at the timing of when your hands went up. Michelle first and then Erin.
Yeah, I'd like to go back. Trina, can you roll back to the paragraph that we all agreed on? Because that was one of the things, Cole, that I actually was questioning. Like, I don't think this should say guidance around the role of hunting. I think it should just say the role of hunting. And then the paragraph is very clear that there was a disparity of views, etc. And I think it makes it very clear as to what is coming. Here first we did consideration of the role of hunting, and second, beyond the question of whether there should be a hunt, what guidance would the council like to provide? I mean, it's very well laid out in that paragraph that we all agreed on. And I would be happy to go through each point quickly and just say, hey, this is just too emotional, we can't get behind this, or at least hear each other's reasoning for the different points. And I mean, I'm willing to concede some of the points if people are really like, no, this can't, this doesn't make any sense or whatever. I'm happy to do that. I mean, I went through the ones that were questioned before and rewrote them, but they're not in there right now. So I think we should honor what we've already decided here and maybe go through and be a little more, rather than going the tit for tat, like, oh, well, you guys said spiritually, Montana tribes are against hunting. We're going to say spiritually Montana tribes are for hunting. And that's where it starts to get tit for tat and weird. So I'm happy to go through and just say, hey, let's just get our major points together and agree upon them, and we'll write them up, cite them, and be done with it. and leave it as we agreed upon with this paragraph. I do think they're important. If we are getting tit for tat, I'm with you on that. So let's talk about them.
Thank you, Michelle. Really helpful. Erin?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think we should leave the format as is. And I will say, I recognize, Cole, what you're saying about how it's confusing, but I actually think that what it does is it sets the foundation as you go down. And I think we have to recognize too that some of these points are going to be a little bit tit for tat because it's just a very polarizing issue. And I think that there's value in this conversation. And I think circling around the format of this could be time consuming when we actually need to talk about whatever's in here. And like Michelle said, maybe pare down some of these bullets, but I would rather look at it, keeping it as it is, and just moving forward with some of the discussion, because I do think that these points are important to the conversation.
Thank you, Erin. Charlie?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are getting there where I was at. You know, I think from the beginning, my thought on all this was at the point in which the council recognized that they were not going to be able to achieve consensus on whether there should be a hunt or not, that the value in something like the follow-up was as much about having some type of a sample or a representation, examples that illustrate why this is such a hard conversation. And that stands a little bit in contrast to it turning into a section where we're trying to outmaneuver different viewpoints and have an exhaustive list of every single point possible for or against. I mean, ultimately this is a decision that the Fish Wildlife Commission would be making if and when grizzly bears are delisted, and that would go through a very extensive public involvement process. And so coming up with a laundry list of every single point, both for or against a hunt, I just see myself some diminished value in that. But having some illustration available in the report as to why this is such a tough one and why the council couldn't come to consensus, perhaps there's where the sweet spot is in that section. And then the last piece on, if there were to be a hunt, some suggestions on for how that, what that might look like, what that could include. That was always from the beginning a part of the executive charter order from the governor, that if we were to get to a point in time where the commission is going out for public input on that, that this was a chance for this council to provide some suggestions, their ideas to inform that process, and not obligating everybody on the council to have to weigh in on that piece either. Hang in there, you guys, though. This is a tough one, I know, and appreciate your sensitivity and being open, listening to each one of you and trying to figure out a way through this one.
Thank you, Charlie. I think that's helpful guidance and really helps us hone in on that sweet spot that you were talking about for those considerations, that maybe focusing not on exhaustive lists or the perfect lists, but representative lists of those different perspectives that could inform thinking around the role of hunting and why this is such a complex and value-laden conversation. And I think you've captured a lot of those here. I don't think that there's any expectation that council members would support the other side if you're on the other one. So if I'm hearing some people say, you can't get behind some of the considerations that are on there, or you may not see the validity in them from the opposite side, I think that's okay, because we're framing these as considerations that really represent diverse viewpoints. And then to Charlie's point, I think where there is the potential for a conversation down the road of a formal agency-led discussion around a potential role for hunting, that this is a chance to say, we know we're not there yet, but if there were to be something, there is an opportunity to provide that guidance. And I think that is clear here in your majority guidelines at the end. I see 3 hands up, and then I do want to move us forward in terms of making some decisions on this section here. So Robyn or Erin, did you still want to comment?
Oops, sorry. I got to remember to lower my hand.
No worries. Robyn.
Yeah. Hi, I'm going to try on the internet now. So let's see if you can hear me better. How's that, Sean?
It's a little louder.
Okay. I would just agree with Erin. I just wanted to say I agree with Erin. I do think this has value. I'll say it again. And look over at that other side and be in competition there. In fact, quite frankly, guys, I'm not gonna have anything much to say about the pro side of that. I just it's a discussion, and it's in how I'm viewing this section is for us to show what that discussion is. Do we need to go on and on and on? Hell no. Excuse me for swearing. I think the format is great. I think we should stick with that. We've worked really hard on it, and we have some tweaking to do to make it less confusing about majority consensus, but I think we should stick with what we got.
All right, thank you, Robyn. Appreciate that. So looking at where we are and wanting to get a sense of the council as a whole, I'd like to ask for thumbs on the overall formatting of this section. If we have that opening paragraph that you've already agreed to the content, we follow it by this considerations around the role of hunting, and we conclude with the guidelines piece. Can I see where people are? Do we have thumbs on that?
I guess we changed the heading of that. Can we at least discuss that? I mean, if we can't have one person that comes in and changes the heading of the subject line, can we talk about that first?
Yeah. So the overall heading for this section, Bret?
Correct.
Yeah.
Trina can move up to that.
Yeah. So that's the top of page 11. Trina, are you there? There you are. Yep. Bret, go ahead.
So the council's discussion around the role of hunting, what did that say before that?
It said council guidance around the role of hunting.
Okay.
Said guidance on the role of hunting.
And I think there was confusion because that paragraph heading had the word guidance in it, and then the third section around guidance for potential hunt had the word guidance in it.
Okay.
Sean, where do you hit the thumbs? I'm sorry.
If you go to reactions at the bottom, you should have the opportunity to put a thumbs up or an applause.
I got you.
I don't have those choices, so I'll just do this.
It's actually really hard to track it with Trina sharing her screen. So honestly, if you guys could all raise your hand if you agree, that's actually easier for me to track.
Okay, so excuse me for being so dense this morning. Can you restate what it is that we're giving thumbs up or thumbs down on, please?
Yeah, so right now it's just the formatting of this section. So this new heading around council discussion around the role of hunting leading off this section, followed by the considerations around the role of hunting with the 2 bulleted lists, followed by the council guidance on a potential hunt. So that heading is called council's majority guidance or guidelines for a proposed grizzly bear hunt. So just approving that format and structure. If I could have everyone raise their hand on that one. And then we'll get into the content to see if there's any of those that you want to discuss. So I see Trina, Erin, Bret, Annie, Kameron, Jonathan, Robyn, Cole, Michelle, Robyn, Jonathan. Cole, are you down? Up, okay. Darren. Nick, you okay with this?
Yeah.
Caroline? Caroline, Heath, Kristen? All right.
I'm good if you can't see me, Sean. Yep.
Thanks. Yeah, it's hard to see when we got the screen share going. So that's using the same process that we used last time for these kind of process decisions. We're looking for majority support. And so majority of you support that format. Thanks for moving us through that.
Is it
sounds-
just the format? I'm confused too.
Yeah, well, it sounded like there was conversation at the beginning, Chuck, around do we want to include these considerations? And so this was our chance to say, this is the structure we're going to use. And now I want you guys to, if you want to have a conversation around some of these considerations. It sounded like there was an interest in talking about some of the bulleted items that are in red text. Do you want to do that? Or do you want to ask those parties to move forward with an assignment to get back to the writing team?
I'm okay with the structure. If that's what you're talking about, I was just struggling at what you were actually asking to vote on.
Yeah, I apologize for the confusion. It was just on the structure at this point.
Okay. Yes, I'm fine.
And then thoughts on what to include here in these considerations. You guys want to talk through any of those just now, or do you want to assign that as a task?
Sean,
Trina.
oh, sorry. Yeah, this is Trina. I think that maybe in the interest of time, if we could just choose a couple people from each side of the issue that could go back through these and take out the really emotionally charged stuff and try to stick to some kind of factual reference and maybe decide how many bullets you're going to limit it to. I think that would be really good, because I think if we leave it the way it is now and just leave it unlimited, it's going to really take away from our document. But if we have something in there that's really helpful for the governor and for FWP to consider why we made our decisions the way that we did, I think that would be a lot better and more professional. My other thought that I really would like to have in here is that survey result of how many of the 18 council members support an eventual hunting season and how many do not.
Okay, so let's talk about the first piece first in terms of structuring these and assigning some writing teams with specific criteria or guidelines for what we're looking for. Does anyone want to weigh
Sean,
in on
I'm
that?
losing you. The bandwidth is getting really, I don't know, glitchy.
I think it might be you, Erin.
Okay, it's me.
I'll turn off my video and see if that helps, Erin. But yeah, let me know if you can't hear me. I'd like people to weigh in on what kind of guidance you'd like to provide on these. And I do see a few hands up in response to that. So right now we're talking about the bulleted items here and what you want to do with them. Nick, did you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I came into this, I think Annie and I actually agree with Annie and Trina that, this becomes a bit of a tit for tat. And I think that Trina's idea is a really good one. I think we could trim out a lot of that and send some of the really sort of more concrete stuff in this. So I like her idea.
Great, thanks, Nick. Bret and then Robyn.
Yeah, I agree. I was just going to bring up a specific point that was, no, I absolutely agree. I think there's a lot of stuff in here that we can trim and make it more meaningful. They talk about that hunting or, doesn't reduce, it doesn't, let me look it up and find exactly how it's said, but it's, it doesn't, hunting doesn't manage populations. Well, actually you can hunt and manage populations. It may not be the desire of what you want to do, but it does manage populations. And so I just think that if we're going to do this, we should make it actually meaningful.
All right, thanks, Bret. And I like the idea of getting a couple of people to take on that task so that we can move on. I think what we want here is to capture those high-level representative considerations. Darren.
Well, I like condensing and making it a strong document. I worry about too much fluff, or I think everybody understands the passions on both sides of it. But we tried really hard in Helena, and I think Cole led the discussion about trying to find common ground. The very first sentence that on each side is common consensus, I think. There's spiritual matters on both sides, and we should have all agreed, but we couldn't even get off center on that dialogue to begin with. So I think Trina has a pretty good idea. If we're going to move this forward, we can't just keep going back and forth back into Helena again, where we just spent 2 hours on this same topic again. So I'm forward to moving it forward, but I want something that's solid, science-based, and we all understand there's some passion in it, and it's going to be passionable. But we tried really hard to make this happen last time, and maybe we need to get back to that. I don't know.
Yeah. What I'm going to suggest is that we create a working team on these considerations, and instead of have it be 2 teams, that it would be 1 team working together across both sections, so that you guys can decide which of these considerations you want to include, and just offer that up as a potential pathway forward, and ask if people are in agreement to that, or I guess not just in agreement, but who might be willing to serve on that team. I really do want to make sure that we're spending our time today on those issues that merit additional conversation and that we're further up in the document. So would that make sense to people, that we have one consolidated team that represents people both supporting and opposing, that work through this section and find that final version that's meaningful and pithy and criteria based?
Exactly what I was just going to suggest, Sean. You're so smart.
Can I make a suggestion real quick?
Yes, please, Michelle. And then
I'm
Annie's
sorry.
hand is up too. Michelle?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something. I think that, Robyn and I and Chad and Nick went through all of them. Let's say we're going to do 6 bullets. We choose which 6 bullets, and then we put them together. The 2 and 2, and then the 4 of us get together and go through them all. And go through the citations or whatever you want to do. But I think let us put them together with a limited number of bullets, and then let's get together and discuss each one. Does that make sense? Like as a foursome, and would the council agree to that? That the 6 bullets we come up with citations that we compare and talk about is what goes in.
Thanks for that suggestion, Michelle. I just want to confirm with the other 3 people that they'd be willing to do that, and then the council as a whole. So any conversation around that, or anyone not agree to that format? All right. Well, I'm seeing agreement that we need to move forward on that the 4 people who have been instrumental in getting us this far are willing to work together to take this over the finish line and offer it up for the next round of the council's consideration. So thank you to the 4 of you. And I think we have a pathway forward here. So Trina, do you want to just capture that? Thank you, guys. Really appreciate how you're focused on problem solving and moving this forward today. I know we're all feeling the pressure to work through this and get to the final version as quickly as possible. So with that, let's circle back up to the top of the document. And just to flag, we've got a short break planned here at the top of the hour. So if people are looking for an opportunity to stretch, we are going to take a quick break at 2 p.m.
So where do you want to start, Sean? Do you want to just go through the red things or the comments, or?
I feel like we need to start with the red things because that's where we left.
Okay.
In Helena, and then additional comments, or do you guys want to just start top to bottom and address them as we go? Maybe that's the most.
There really isn't that much. So if you just want to start right here with the first comment and just go through it, I think would be fine.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. Let's just start at the top and work through all these as quickly as we can. And if you don't mind serving as our guide, Trina, you can provide insight on where the writing team landed on some of these. And
Okay.
Annie and Jonathan are on standby to help.
Sure. So the first comment is under our preamble. And one of the things that the writing team did was we added Montanans here where it's highlighted. There's an essential role for local communities and working lands, both public and private, in helping to maintain a landscape capable of supporting grizzlies, is what it said before. But then the three of us came to agreement that it's really important for us to live here too. So we put in Montanans, and Erin's comment says we should do people because that covers everyone, not just the people that live here. And I have absolutely no problem with that. If no one else does, we can just change that to people right now.
I make a motion to do so.
Anyone opposed? All right, let's do with people.
Okay. The next one. Sorry, my husband was talking to me.
Wait, there was another change. I don't know when we were allowed to make these comments, but there's another change at the very end or towards the end of the preamble that I think changes the gist of what was said earlier. And that's, you added ecosystems, all 4 ecosystems or all ecosystems.
Which paragraph is that?
Second to last, there it is, the very end of that one right there. Oh, go back. We originally said grizzly bear recovery a reality, and I'm not sure, we don't really have control over Washington ecosystems, and so I would say I would take it back to where it was. I don't know that, I think it actually changes the gist of it, and it encompasses areas that we really don't have control over, or if you could just say in established.
Do you want to say in Montana's established ecosystems? And then it covers what we're doing.
Or do we just add a period at recovery, Michelle?
I like the way it was before. No, well, you have to have a reality in there.
So
how was it before? I can't remember.
It was to make the goal of grizzly bear recovery a reality.
So remind me, Jonathan or Annie, if I'm wrong, but I feel like we added that so that we would have a solid goal point, like let's recover the grizzly bears in these established ecosystems, and then people can't say, well, they're not recovered in Miles City, so you can't do that. And so I think that's why we added that clarification, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, Trina, I was trying to look back. I thought that we received a comment from someone that was related to the ambiguity of recovery. And so to clarify that further, we had put in that the ecosystem part, the recovery ecosystem part. I could be wrong about that, but I thought there was a comment perhaps from support staff that was a little ambiguous as it was.
Yeah, I see that, but I think it leaves out the idea of connectivity. You're talking about just within the ecosystems. So
well, they're not recovered in connectivity zones, though. They're only recovered in ecosystems or in recovery zones.
I guess that depends on what kind of recovery you're talking about. I mean, yeah, I guess I just preferred the way it was, and
I guess I want to make sure that we're not spending a lot of time on the preamble, because this is just setting up the context for the work.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just
is there any opposition to putting it back the way it was? So it does lack a little specificity, but it is the language that was approved in the July meeting. If we go back to make the goal of grizzly bear recovery a reality, anyone opposed to that?
I'm not opposed to that, but I do like Jonathan's explanation as to why ecosystems.
Mm-hmm.
And just remember that you guys have your vision statement that's talking about what you want. This is really just setting up the background for the future of conservation and management.
I think what Jonathan said is a little more big picture.
as in Montana's.
I think it works. Yeah, I'm going back to the way it was. I think I'm
Yeah.
fine with that.
Okay.
So do you want to vote, Sean, so we can?
Yeah, I think so. So what, Erin, you're saying you like it the way it is, or you like it the original way?
No, I'm just saying that if we go back to, I'm good with the way it was, if we just want to go back to the way it was, because I do think we get to this point in other places.
So let's take a quick vote. And again, if you could raise your hand instead of use your thumbs, it's easier for me to track those. So we're gonna vote on the original language first. So if you like the original language of make the goal of grizzly bear recovery a reality, that's what your vote is now. And then we'll see how much support that gives. The alternative is to include Montana's established ecosystems. And so if you prefer that, don't raise your hand right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Chuck had a thumbs up.
Chuck's a thumbs up. That's
Yes.
8.
Yes.
So we're Brett?
No.
No. Chad? Cole? Heath?
No.
Kameron?
No.
Robyn?
Robyn's hand is up.
My hand's up.
Okay, so we had 10 yeses, so we had a majority say let's keep the original language. So let's go with that. Grizzly bear recovery a reality. Thank you, guys.
Okay, moving right along. Next one is guiding principle number 2. So that one was in there before, but I think it was Michelle that wanted it expedited, so that managers would have places to move grizzly bears right away as they're wandering off of their recovery zones.
Can I expedited was for the finding relocation sites, not identify. Does that make sense? Like, it was just relocation sites, especially in areas where bears have been sighted, like in Whitebird right now, or in the Stevensville Golf Course. So I think that was misplaced where I thought expedition would be necessary. So I don't think it needs to be expedited.
Okay, so do we just want to put it back to identification then?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm
okay.
not...
Okay, that was our mistake then. That's what happens when we're trying to rush.
No, you guys are doing.
Is it good with everyone then, the way it is?
Trina, I think it just needs some grammar reading.
Yeah.
From the writing.
Quite possibly.
All right, I'm seeing thumbs up from the council. I think we can move on.
Okay, number 3, landscapes in between is highlighted, and I don't know why. So Annie, why is that highlighted?
That was a note for myself. I'm thinking about it. Talk about the red thing first and I'll.
Okay, the red thing was someone suggested that we add relevant agencies because it's not just FWP's job to do this. So we added and relevant agencies. So that should be a simple one to deal with. Is everybody cool with adding that?
I think that's a really good addition because there are a lot more agencies. There's the Forest Service, there's land and wildlife agencies. So I think it's good.
Yep, seeing some thumbs up and hands on that. I think that's good. Annie, were you able to sleuth it out?
It was more just a comment for myself for the writing team that it read funny to me, and clarification of it's fine. No comment. No highlight.
Okay, so it was more of a wordsmithing consideration of whether landscapes in between was confusing. Thank
Hey,
you.
I just want to jump in to mention to the entire council here that these two, the ones that we just talked about, 2 and 3, we're also trying to work in some of the more controversial potential additions that we had made after the last meeting. In particular, the one that Lawrence had expressed support for about certain areas being unprepared. We tried to turn that more into positive language. And so beyond just the wording of these right now, I want to make sure people know that we did roll in some previous principles into these. And so I want to make sure people feel that the idea there is still captured and that they're comfortable with these replacing some of those ones that ended up getting a lot of comments from the public after that last draft.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think if people are referencing that last draft, I think those were guiding principles 9 and 15. Is that right? Have been captured and reframed somewhat here in 2 and 3. See a couple of hands up for conversation there. Are those votes or
I have just a quick comment.
hands up? Okay, Erin and then Michelle. Erin?
I just appreciated your guys' work here. And so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Michelle and then Cole?
Yeah, I actually wanted to say the same thing. I noticed that you guys really worked those very well and kept them in a more positive place. And I really respect what you did with all of that. I wanted to add one thing, and you guys can throw it out if you want, but I feel like, you know, prioritizing resources is important, but also to acknowledge personal responsibility, as in there's a lot of things you can do that don't require resources that could mitigate conflicts. And so I would add to this sentence, while encouraging private landowners to take measures to reduce conflicts, so that we're prioritizing resources, but I think we can also encourage people throughout Montana to start thinking about and, you know, feeding their dogs inside and things like that. I mean, I think we also need to kind of recognize personal responsibility and encouraging people to take, as Montanans do, you know, take situations into their own hands and do something about them.
So Michelle, I'm going to address that with, and maybe you won't agree with me, but I'm going to say that some of that is probably covered under outreach and education efforts. And then the rest of it is covered under number 15. We're all responsible for grizzly bears.
I'm going to jump in as well. Michelle, I'm going to echo what Trina said, that yes, I agree that on what you just mentioned, that personal responsibility, but I think it goes better under number 15 as a guiding principle. And the writing team also had we need to expand on 15 a little bit, but and then it gets into more detail in the specific recommendations. So I don't want to throw it out, but I think it's better said a little bit further down.
All right, so thanks for the comment, Michelle and Erin, and the work that was done by the writing team to capture that. It sounds like they've done a nice job being able to grab the comments, the feedback, and address some of these additional concerns. See Cole's hand and then Jonathan's. Cole?
Yeah, my comments on 2 and 3, the principles. I think that they're fine as written and don't have a problem with them, but don't think that they address Lawrence's concern. I think that, or my own, 15 is probably, when we talk about 15, it may be the place to do it. Section 15 under connectivity.
Okay.
It's a pretty similar, that section is addressing pretty similar topic.
Okay. So do you want to wait until we get to that point? Does that feel like the
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
more appropriate? Okay, conversation point. So we do want to just focus on these guiding principles now. And as Jonathan did a nice job framing that these are underlying foundational understandings that inform all the council's recommendations. So we do want to make sure they are high level. Jonathan, I'm going to turn it back to you. And then I'm also going to suggest that as soon as we work through these guiding principles, we'll take a quick break. So Jonathan?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of add to what Michelle had brought up about the prioritization of resources. And as it's addressed in number 2, you know, if there is some rewording, I would think maybe it's that those resources only come from FWP, because even if it's private landowners, those are still resources that they're needing to prioritize towards these issues. And so it's not that just because it's someone else who's responsible that it's no longer a resource prioritization. Landowners have, you know, time and money and all kinds of different considerations that go into it. And so maybe we need to include, like Nick had said, FWP, land managers, and landowners prioritizing resources. I just think that's an important consideration, that just because it's not a public resource, it does remain a consideration for landowners.
So just in terms of moving forward, Jonathan, is that a proposal to the council to make a change to number 3?
I guess so. I guess I would propose, if there were issues with how that's written, that we add in land managers and owners into who are all involved in needing to prioritize and consider resources into that.
So Jonathan is suggesting that guiding principle number 3, the second half, now read that Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks, land managers and landowners will have to balance expansion with the need to prioritize resources. Am I reading that correctly, Jonathan?
Yeah, I think so.
Anyone? So let's take a vote on that. I'd like to have you endorse that idea if we want to move forward, looking for support from the council on that change. Seeing lots of hands up and thumbs up. Anyone opposed?
I'm still trying to wrap my head around what we had just done, for sure.
Yeah, I guess one comment I have is that I worry that it starts to begin that. I mean, I think this specific thing was trying to target the resource issue around the management plan and management process. And I think that was kind of where the point was headed as a council as we discussed this. And so if we start listing land managers and landowners and then
Just leave the
communities,
God
do we need to list it as, like, do we need to list communities and that kind of thing? I feel like leaving it at FWP and relevant agencies was the original point of that piece.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm following the meaning of this. I guess if you're asking me as a land manager and land owner, that I have to balance how I'm using my our properties. You know, we do that every single day as it is, based on whether it's fire or water or resources. You know, I have I'm not sure I'm following this, and I'm not sure I agree with it, Jonathan.
Yeah, Brett, I was actually, I guess I don't know how to say it, but what I took, it was sounding like if it's not a public resource or a government agency, then it wasn't being considered as a resource. I'm saying that shared responsibility requires resources to be put forth by private landowners as well. And so I just don't want it to come across saying that if it's not a resource that needs to be considered, if it's not coming from a government agency. Become free if it's not a government agency doing it. It's an added expense on the landowners, and I'm not saying that they should welcome that expense, but that we should respect that work and time and money that has to go into it. And we can't expect that people just automatically have those things to put towards the expansion. I don't know how to best say that, but I don't want us to lose track of the idea that it's not free for a landowner to consider grizzly bear conservation.
So what you're saying is these resources that will need to be prioritized, you want to make sure that the resources are not only FWPs, correct?
Yeah, and more just in the sense that it's an added burden on a landowner to have to consider these things. And so I don't want that to get lost, that it's a requirement for landowners. You know, it isn't, it's something, I don't know how to say it. I don't want it to seem like it's just something that should automatically be expected of landowners without any additional burden on them. Because I do think it is a burden that gets placed on the landowners who already have quite a bit of those that they have to consider. And it shouldn't just be taken for granted that landowners would place this as a highest priority.
Thanks, John. Nick, did you want to weigh in on this one?
Yeah, I don't, I mean, relevant. I think it reads fine either way. I'm.
Okay, your hand was up, so I didn't know if you had a comment or if that was up from a vote from before.
Oh, sorry, that was a vote. Yeah.
And I have to say, I guess the way you just have it written, both public and private, I could probably get behind that. The way it was rewarded before, I was having some difficulty with that maybe.
I think I understand what you're saying, Jonathan. I just don't think it belongs in number 3. I think it belongs somewhere else. Like in my opinion, number 3 is addressing that as grizzly bears continue to move out, FWP and whomever are going to have to figure out where the priorities are. I feel like that's what number 3 is saying. And then as far as private landowners are concerned, I think that is covered somewhere else in one of our guiding principles, or maybe several of them. But we do need to make sure that that is said clearly. I just don't think it belongs in number 3 is why it's making it so hard to say that.
Can you just make a note of it somewhere and then make sure that, so we can move on and make sure you guys find the right place for that to be then?
Yeah.
Thanks, Trina. And Caroline, it looked like you wanted to weigh in, and
I just
then
wanted to agree with what Trina said. I think we're muddying this and we're losing the clarity of our statement, and that yes, we should make sure that what Jonathan was describing, that if we haven't already captured that elsewhere, that we should. So I'm just agreeing.
Yeah, I was going to say the same, that we really do want to focus on content here rather than wordsmithing. And I know that means we might have to look at one more final version of the document, but let's make sure we get the content today.
I'm fine with that. I didn't mean to overcomplicate. I just want to be sure that
no, you're fine.
Exists public and private, and it's not free for anyone.
All right. Well, let's see if we can get through these guiding principles in the next couple of minutes and then take a quick break. So we're down to, is it number 11?
Number 11. So I just added that this morning after reading lots of public comment and all the letters that we got. Everyone was concerned that we were not addressing genetic and demographic connectivity. So I just added those 2 words to number 11.
Okay. Anyone opposed to that?
I think it's good.
Good.
I like it.
Seeing thumbs up and hands raised, so thank you.
Okay, number 14 has a comment. Cole Mannix thinks I have bad grammar. Darren Boss gave us a friendly suggestion.
I'm wondering, Jonathan, if you don't look at this, if this is where an edit is made regarding that previous discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess the question here is, new content that we want to bring forward, or is this another kind of writing assignment just to get the language right?
Let's just make it an assignment and then we can work on it later.
Yeah, it looks to me like this probably is the right place for that to be. Good thought, Erin.
Yeah, I
Michelle?
think I agree completely. I had one quick, after prioritization of resources, I also said, and public cooperation are imperative. Does that, just adding in that idea that it's a shared responsibility?
Well, the next line says grizzly bear conservation is a shared responsibility.
But it's not clear. Yeah, so we're going to go into more clarification with 15?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. So any other comments on the guiding principles as a whole? Do you want to have that conversation on 15 just now in terms of the content you want to clarify there, or is that something?
I thought we were talking about 14.
Yeah, let's talk about 14 right now.
Okay, 14 first.
I thought that's where I thought this conversation, this is the place where maybe Jonathan, this could be tweaked to kind of recognize that is 14, not 15.
No, you're right. There's two conversations happening, Erin. The one is Jonathan's consideration. Trina has flagged that for 14. And then Michelle had offered that we talk about some public commitment elements in 14, but that starts to connect down to 15 in terms of being a shared responsibility. So I feel like the content of your concerns is there, but I'm wondering if people want to provide additional clarity on any of those content elements, or if you feel like that's an assignment for the writing team. Caroline, your hand is up. Did you want to say something, or is that from before? Okay.
So are we at number 15 now?
No.
Does anyone want to talk about 14 more? Hearing none. I guess we're on 15.
Okay, so number 15, we want to make it a simple statement, but I think it's a little too simple as it is, and we need to clarify just a little bit.
So what would be helpful here, Trina, if we say, do you want people to give examples of what shared responsibility looks like, or?
Well, mostly I just would like some input from the council. Like, do you want to leave 15 as vague as it is? Do you want, what are your thoughts, I guess?
Caroline?
I like it just as it is. I think it's a powerful statement that encompasses what we want to say. So I would leave it. I like it.
Thank you, Caroline. I see Robyn, Erin, and Michelle's hands are up, and I know you guys have had these conversations along the way about when is additional definition helpful, and when is it constraining. So that feels like one of these conversations. Robyn?
I would offer some alternative addition here, possibly based on the conversation we just had. So grizzly bear conservation is a shared responsibility between private and public entities. Probably needs to be said better than that, trying to get at what the previous discussion was.
Thank you, Robyn. Erin, Michelle?
Yeah, I guess I disagree. I like it the way it was. I feel like that encompasses all. And so I feel like this is such a broad and challenging topic. You talk about resources and management and science, and I just really thought it was powerful the way it was.
Well, and the thought behind the way it was written just simply is that that covers everyone that has an opinion or a thought or anything about grizzly bears. It's a shared responsibility between Montanans, scientists, people that come to Montana to see bears, people in Germany that don't care about bears, but still have an opinion. You know, that covers every single person and says everyone needs to be involved and responsible.
So I'm just recognizing the time here, guys, too, and you did agree to these earlier. So can anyone not live with the version of 15 that ends with grizzly bear conservation as a shared responsibility? Does that work for everyone?
I like it.
All right. Well, thank you, guys. I'm going to suggest we take a quick break. Let's try to limit it to just a few minutes. Are you guys okay with a 5-minute break, or do you need more time?
5 is good.
5 is good.
Let's take 5 and come back at 2:20. Thanks, guys. Really doing a good job working through this complicated stuff this afternoon. Really appreciate it. Members of the public will be back at 2:20.
Well, that was a quick break. We're back at 2:20. And for council members, if you guys would kindly turn your videos on just so that I've got a sense of if you guys are back. I know that was a quick 5 minutes. Thanks for coming back so quickly. And Sean, great job with getting that discussion going and moving through these items. And I understand that, Dylan, we've had a few folks from the public comment through the public comment portal. Do you want to share with council members some of the comments that have come in so far before we get back into the document?
Let's see here. I am not quite ready. Let me pull that up. Sorry, I should have paid closer attention that you were going to call on me here. We have received some comments. Most recently, Josh Osher commented, "I am concerned about the overall framing of majority quote unquote versus minority quote unquote, because this is not a majority driven decision-making process. It is simply not relevant or appropriate to indicate the breakdown of advisory council members in support or not in support of any particular issue. If there is not consensus, then state that and leave it there. In my opinion, the section on the hunting guidelines should also not state quote unquote majority and should rather indicate that these are the recommendations of members that support hunting." So that was a comment from Josh Osher. Another comment from the name is just simply Bozeman Citizen. Quote, "I am disappointed that the council did not reach consensus opposing a grizzly hunt and strongly encourage them to rethink this position. There is no good evidence that hunting is an effective or necessary management tool for grizzly bears, but ample evidence shows that hunting undermines coexistence by inflaming social intolerance and driving bears to more livestock conflict. In the absence of any scientific evidence supporting a hunt, and with plenty of science showing that a hunt would be detrimental to the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council's coexistence goals, recommending against a hunt is the right choice. Trophy hunting of carnivores is wildly unpopular among Montanans and the American public. Montana must respect and consider the views of all citizens for whom it manages wildlife in the public trust, not just small but vocal hunting and ranching interest groups. I strongly encourage the council to do what is in the best interest of the majority of the American public they are representing and rethink the position to recommend against trophy hunting." So that was the comment. The name was just listed as Bozeman Citizen. I'll read one more comment that has come in and then encourage others to just kind of keep following this portal as they come in. This is a very lengthy one. So I
guess, Dylan, it maybe just to sort of help with movement of time, if these are more general comments similar to the other ones that have been coming in, council members can certainly go and look on. But if they're pertinent to this discussion that we're having in relation to where we are in the document, that could be helpful to council members.
Very good. Yep, I will monitor those. And if anything comes in related to where they're at in that process, I will chime in.
Awesome. Thanks, Dylan. I appreciate it.
Yep, thanks.
And thanks to the public for continuing to share comments. And as we had shared at the last meeting and had put up online that we were accepting public comment until late yesterday, or it might have been until today, on their current draft documents, so that public had opportunity to really look at sort of their near final draft, to weigh in and share any helpful feedback in terms of guidance for council members. And you heard the discussion earlier that council members have been diligently reading through the public comments, and FWP provided an analysis of the comments that had come in through late yesterday, and that document can be found online. And just for context, that document was from July 17th until last night. And so thanks again to Charlie Sperry and FWP for helping put that sort of consolidated analysis together. And council members have access and have been reading all of the individual comments as well, not just that synopsis piece. So again, thanks to the public for continuing to follow the council's discussions and deliberations and continuing to share thoughtful feedback on where they are. So I know that Sean was taking you guys through this. You were making some progress through the guiding principles, and now we're at section 1. And Trina, I'm gonna turn it back over to you and sharing your screen and pulling us back up to the next discussion item, which I think might be under conflict prevention. You're on mute.
Sorry, I am having some serious difficulty right now. Okay. So the next highlight that I see, or next comment that I see, is under education and outreach. Number 1, Darren says listed under and changed it to as protected. Darren, you want to explain that?
It was just consistency. If we're going to say earlier in the document that it was listed under the ESA as protected, we just want consistency throughout the document. We don't have to spend any time on it.
So just like this?
Matters nowhere to me. It just was the species was listed as protected under the Species Easy Act, or however you want to do it.
Oh, there we go.
No time on.
Okay, thank you. All right, next is number 3 under.
Can I ask you a question, a clarifying question?
Sure.
I tried to make comments on the document last night and I was told it was thrown in the garbage and that I couldn't make comments. So I'm wondering, I'm missing out on the process because I have comments that I couldn't put into the document. So I'm wondering, I guess I'm wondering how we're doing this. Are we going to go back and look at other concerns? Because I couldn't get into this document last night.
There was an issue for about 2 hours last night, and we got it resolved. And really, what the purpose that we had talked about in terms of going through this document today was to go over those that were not agreed upon at the last meeting. And so I was jumping to conflict prevention number 10, I think it was. Or no, going over number 8. I've gotten a little confused in terms of formatting.
There's been some additions as well in here that the council hasn't discussed. So
Well, and we would go over those as well. Yes. Anything that's new, we would absolutely go over. So I guess, Michelle, if as Trina's scrolling and we're skipping something that you've identified as new, just let us know. Does that work? You're on mute, so I don't know what you're saying.
it's difficult to follow, so I'm not sure how it's going to work. I'm going to sure try, but I've already missed about a few things.
That was new, or that we had talked about last time that we would go over, or are you wanting to revisit things that had already been, consensus had already been reached?
No, not at all. New items in the writing. But yeah, it's just, okay.
So tell me where that is, just so that we make sure, because things were moved around. I know the writing team was trying to also help with readability and flow.
Yeah, in the interest of time, let's just go through as you have it, but I want to make sure there's a chance to go back on things that I felt were added that we hadn't discussed.
Okay.
Is that possible, that I know that we're going to go back?
I think we should do it as we go along. If it was new and not flagged, then we need to just go through it as we're going through the document so that it flows and makes sense. So Trina, if you can go to the next piece that was flagged for discussion.
So that is still under Ed and Outreach number 9.3. It has a superscript, but I don't remember what was supposed to go there. So if somebody could remind me just real quickly, I can write that in my note and add that. Identify gaps where additional bear safety information and outreach is needed. And then it was noted that this needed a note somewhere, but I don't know what it was. So anyone?
This is one of the questions I had. When you superscript, you're saying you're referring to a document or something like that. When it's just a few words, like this one was additional bear safety information and outreach is needed. For example, the council noticed that there was a gap in tourism and there was another one. But when it's just a few words and it adds to the recommendation, I'm not sure why it's going into a superscript. And there's a couple that happened, one that I believe we've passed that also did that. Like when I see a citation, I'm assuming it's referring to a document or something that doesn't inform the recommendation, but I feel like that one does when it's a for example or.
Michelle, at the beginning of today, when I was going through what we did superscripts for lists of things and we put them under substantive commentary in the appendix, mainly because there was one referring to the recreation and permits, and there was like 6 things, and we felt that instead of putting them here, we'd put them at the end as a superscript. That is what these are. We did it, and it was how the writing team was making sense of these and trying to clean up the document. It wasn't to remove them. If you scroll to the appendix under substantive commentary, you will find the headings with these lists. But it is no means done. We just, from all of the comments we had from the last draft that we sent everybody, this is our attempt. It's not perfect, but that's what the superscripts are right now.
Yeah, and I see where you're trying to clean up the document. I just felt there's a couple of them where I feel like you're losing the meaning of the recommendation by getting rid of that piece. So yeah, and I can give you a couple examples, or I can, yeah.
Then maybe let's wait on superscripts and Heather or Sean make a note that we come back to how the superscripts are at the end of the document. Would that work, Michelle? Great. Okay. We're going to keep moving then down to conflict prevention. Is that okay?
Thanks, Annie. Thanks, Michelle. Yeah, I really appreciate the efforts that the writing team took in trying to really make this flow and clean it up, just as was discussed at the last meeting. And but we don't want to lose intention, and so it's helpful to keep an eye on this.
Hey, Heather, I just want to jump in because if, you know, everyone did have an opportunity to comment on here, and if Michelle got on at a time when that wasn't available to folks, I wasn't aware of that, but, you know, I do want to make sure that we hear her comments on things because everyone else put comments in that we're addressing. And yeah, if it was just that she was on in a short time period where that wasn't possible for anyone, I think it's important that we touch on those too.
Thanks, Jonathan. Agreed. Yeah, there were a couple of hours last night where Google Docs got a little squirrely. So sorry, Michelle, that was during the time that you were trying to do it. And so I'm glad that you mentioned that. And that's why I said I want to make sure that we get to things just as we are with the comments that are in the document. So I don't want to skip what you've identified if we're continuing to go through here. So you're on mute.
Thank you. And I apologize, but realize that I'm 2 hours later. So it probably opened up at about midnight my time. So
yeah, it was a Google thing. So it wasn't, yeah.
Okay.
All right, Trina,
So,
back to you.
Conflict prevention, the first thing Cole had to say this morning was, let's make it conflict prevention or reduction. Do we want to say, what? I don't have a problem with that. I think he has a very good point. Do we want to say or reduction, or do we want to say / reduction, how I typed it?
I would say prevention and reduction. I think it's a good point because, or either way.
Reduction and/or reduction, maybe, yeah.
So do I hear a motion on the table to have this header as conflict prevention and reduction?
I so move.
Anyone opposed? Great.
Okay. And Cole, I did fix the grammatical errors in that sentence, so hopefully it will make more sense now. And then moving on to the first. Okay, so these are some additions that I put in yesterday. It would be under agriculture 11, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Sorry, my mouse is going crazy. Okay, so the first one tried to capture that as conflicts are happening. For instance, if I have a conflict, one of my calves gets killed and the bear has not been caught, I think FWP should report it to my neighbors and say, hey, we still have this calf killing bear running loose. FYI, watch your cows a little closer. So that was what I was trying to capture with this one.
So Trina, I want to back up just for a minute to just provide some context for this. So the ones that you've added are ones that you personally added as you were going through this document, realizing that that there was a gap in this agricultural section. And so I know that at the last meeting, we talked about that we weren't adding to this, but that you have seen a big gap where you are now suggesting that these few get added. And so I just want the council to know that these came from you and that it wasn't necessarily from other council members or suggestions, and that this is new content.
Right.
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 And so,
and if you guys want to take time to read them, if you haven't, we can move on and come back to those too. Whatever works best for you.
So there were some comments in the document since people had a chance last night and this morning to take a quick look, but I would imagine most have not until now.
Mm-hmm.
So for council members, do you want to entertain these new suggested recommendations and have discussion around them?
I'm fine with having discussion, but I do feel like we need to be careful, like backing up on the process over and over again. I feel like it can set us back in many places. And so I guess that's just an overarching concern I have of at some point we have to stop adding, because I know we all want more stuff in here, all of us, but I think there's just a balance there that I'm a little bit not sure of. Yeah.
I agree with Erin, and I also I understand, Trina, but like in real time I understand what you're trying to get the agency to do here, and I think they would share that goal, but I don't know if we could say as soon as possible. I don't know.
Right. I'm not married to these words. I'm just trying to get the idea down behind the whole thing.
I wonder if we can take a look at each one of them, and if it seems that overall the council is in alignment with them and it doesn't take a lot of discussion, then the wordsmithing can happen with the writing team, and we can incorporate it. And then we can decide if there's one or more where it's confusing and it would take more discussion and there's not consensus, then we need to determine what to do.
Trina, I'll just make a comment on the substance of why I raised the question on this so that the writing team can consider it. My issue is, I think the essence of what you're trying to say, that when there's a conflict, the biologist, FWP, would be, well advised to work with neighbors to give them a heads up. That makes a lot of sense to me. That's very different than like publishing where on what properties to the public in real time conflicts are happening. So I think
Right, no,
be more
that's not what I want to do.
So yeah, so that is what needs, I think, to be brought to the writing team's attention.
Okay, that is a very good point, because that was not my intention at all. I just want it communicated to the neighbors.
Yeah.
I would go along with that. I was thinking the same, along the same lines as Cole, that, having something in the media is not something that Sunlight Ranch is at all interested in. We're a pretty private company and want to stay that way. So, but I have no problem with reaching out to the neighbors, and in fact, that's currently being done in our part of the world.
Michelle, you're on mute.
All right. I wonder if it wouldn't be more, I hate to put more responsibility on those bear specialists. I do think, and I think we had something about timely reporting to livestock owners somewhere in the document, and I can't reach it right now. But I wonder if this is more of a neighborhood watch situation where, oh, I've got a grizzly bear, I'll call FWP and then I'll put it on the neighborhood watch, and then it becomes private, it's within the community. I just think that would be more valuable, and I hate to put that extra burden on the bears management specialists just because they've got a lot going on.
Jonathan and then Bret.
I just feel it necessary to throw out there, regardless of the quality of these recommendations, I'm not weighing in on that, but it wasn't part of the writing team's work here, and these are just Trina's additions. So I just want everyone to know we are not intending to add things without consensus or anything. These should be seen similar to a comment thrown in by any of you to the document.
Thanks for that further clarification, Jonathan. Bret, and then Annie.
According to the latest agreement with Fish, Wildlife and Parks and Wildlife Services, Wildlife Services is actually the person that's contacted first regarding any kind of grizzly bear depredation or possible depredation. And then in conjunction with Fish, Wildlife and Parks, Wildlife Services does a joint investigation. So I'm not sure that, so when you single out, I guess, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks to do something, it very well could be that in some cases they may not even be aware of it, where Wildlife Services would be. I'm not saying that. I'm just anyway, just something to consider when you put that in there.
Well, and Annie just put in the document, she referenced under Education and Outreach 5.1 that this is quite similar in terms of supporting bear managers as they create reliable and easy reports of bear sightings near human settlements, towns, and cities. Annie, are you suggesting that perhaps this is very similar and might get added underneath Education and Outreach number 5, given that that is around communication channels between bear managers and the public, and maybe it's expanded beyond bear managers to relevant agencies?
Yeah, this is again a new one for me to see today. And going back to trying to streamline this document, I completely see where you're coming from and the need for that, Trina, but I think it can be covered in Ed and Outreach 5 and 5.1. And if we want to put something for specific for producers in under 5.1 and make a 5.2 that calls it out. But I think by putting whatever number III, this would become, is adding more to the document than necessary.
I'm fine
So
with that.
I'm going to treat that, Annie, as sort of a motion that this piece be incorporated under 5.1 or maybe be a 5.2. Is that an accurate motion? Any opposed to that?
Can I just add something specific to that real quick?
Yep.
I would just say another way to get at that would be to edit 1 to say bear sightings and conflicts. And that, because I do agree, like one of the points Cole had too was, is this just about livestock? And it's not. You know, communities also appreciate this similar type of information. And so I think that's what 5.1 was trying to get at. So I think we could also add and conflicts after bear sightings, and it touches on this too.
Trina, how does that sit with you?
That's perfectly fine. And I want to clarify that I didn't put these in here because I'm trying to sabotage our entire process. I put these in here because I had reached out to several people because I knew our agriculture section was lacking. And as you all know, agriculture isn't a 9-to-5 job. So some of them didn't get back to me until yesterday. So I added these last night in red so that you guys would be able to see them.
Thanks, Trina. And I think just as we talked, you know, everyone had opportunity in the comment section to look at gaps and to see how we could continue to refine this. And so I don't think people are upset about this, but really trying to honor what you've put in here and figure out how best to incorporate that in the existing document. So I see a couple of other hands, Jonathan, Annie, Erin, and Robyn. I think we've heard from all of you, but Robyn, or maybe Annie, your hand's back up. No. Okay. Okay, we're good. Everyone's down. Okay. Trina, you want to go to the next one?
Okay, so the next one says NTFWP should work to develop a shared definition of social tolerance for grizzly bears among diverse stakeholders where egg producers, including those on tribal lands, are engaged early and often in a process that values the way different cultures acquire knowledge. And I'm not sure that this goes under agriculture. I think I just slapped it there because I was out of time. But I think it could be put in a different section. I'm just trying to draw attention to the fact that social tolerance for the public and social tolerance for agriculture producers is usually not the same thing.
Erin.
Yeah, I appreciate where you were headed with this one, Trina. I am just, the one thing that I noted here that I guess, because I do think creating a definition around social tolerance is important, but it is very important. But I do think it might come down to the working entities at play. So whether that be a collaboration in Eastern Montana or a collaboration in Western, you know what I'm saying? Like different groups of people getting together to work on a common goal might create their own definition of what that means for that goal, if that makes sense. And so I worry a little bit about directing this to FWP because I feel like there is value in this conversation, but it's value in many different levels. So that's where I was struggling with this.
Okay.
Robyn.
Yeah, I appreciate this too, because I know it came up in our smaller working group as well several months ago. I wonder if it might be part of, you know, we talk a lot about building social tolerance and also getting in front of the, where we know bears are going to be going or where the models show us bears are going to be going. Is there a way that we can address the very specific issue that Trina is bringing to our attention, but at the same time, maybe plugging it in someplace else? Are we addressing it someplace else that we might can expand on it a little bit?
It might be worth looking at the guiding principles again, and it might also, I guess, sort of balancing out whether or not a definition of social tolerance is needed specifically for these different groups, or if your recommendations get at that without necessarily defining it, but really working at saying these relationships need to be established and communication needs to happen in order to get to some shared understanding of impact of grizzly bear conflict.
Okay, so I will look through our document and see if there's somewhere that this can be incorporated. We also do have the charge by the governor to provide some definitions of things. So that might be where that goes to.
I thought we weren't digging into definitions. I thought that was not.
Are we not doing that
I mean,
now?
yeah, I thought we weren't doing that because there's so
Okay.
many definitions, but. And I guess I do really feel like this is an important topic. Do you see where I'm coming from on the fact that this may be variable across the landscape? Okay.
No, I totally understand. I think that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that it's very different. So maybe we can just word that to cover everyone.
Yeah. Can I jump in here just a second? I'm sorry, Trina. I think I get where you're coming from, that this social tolerance is really important and it's going to be different in different places. But I also think that social tolerance is fluid as well. It changes over time. And so I feel like we have kind of talked about this in supporting local groups and local grassroots organizations that are going to get together and decide how to work with bears and what resources they need. And that, I feel like that's should be placed there. And that should be their prerogative per area. So I do think it's just different in different places. And so setting a standard, I'm not sure if we really have the ability to do that.
I wonder too if guiding principles 6, 7, 8 in particular, maybe even number 9, really get at that in terms of flexibility and communication and coordination, and it lists different entities.
Okay.
And I appreciate what you're saying in terms of, I don't think the executive order indicated that definitions needed to happen, but certainly the strategic objectives in ensuring human safety and social tolerance and those areas were a part of what needed to be taken into consideration as you were developing this entire document, right? And so perhaps another read through to make sure that this content that you've created as a council really does reflect and capture those strategic objectives in a clear, articulate way that could then address all areas, not just livestock, or not just needing to put in for various groups or regions. But I appreciate you flagging it, because it does bring up wanting to make sure that this document addresses that clearly and that people can see themselves in it. So that might be for the writing team to go back and take a look at. All right, so then Darren.
Maybe this is as simple as social tolerance is defined differently across all peoples or entities. I mean, a simple, straightforward, a very short sentence. I mean, in guiding principles, social tolerance is different depending on which side of the fence you're looking on or where you're coming from, and it's dynamic.
I would be okay with that.
Any opposed to that? Thanks, Darren. Well done.
Great. We will add in the guiding principle with that. That also helps because a lot of our comments in the last document that was shared with the public, they were unhappy with the ambiguity and with the lack of definition of we'll add it.
Got it. The ambiguity of social tolerance. All
So
right,
are we ready to move on to number 5?
let's do it.
Okay. Before you guys start yelling at me, I knew you weren't going to agree with this one. I just wanted to make a point, but now I can delete it. It's fine.
All right, delete it. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay, the next one is the new number 5 that says grizzly bear management on working lands will not be a static process. FWP should continue. To regularly engage with working lands managers to inform management and policy in Montana.
Policy about what?
Good point. There you go.
Isn't this part of building relationships between the specialists and the working lands folks, the people that they're working with? I mean, isn't that kind of covered in that building those relationships where they're constantly communicating and working with ag producers and or whatever their group in the area they're working is? I mean, I feel like that's covered in that.
Do you know what that is, Michelle? Do you know, was it a principle or a?
I think it's under the reasoning for getting more bear management specialists was to build relationships, improve communication, improve conflict response. Like I think, and because of that fluidity or that dynamic, as Darren said, of social tolerance, relationships, how things work in a different community as things change over time, I think that individual relationship is going to have more force and more ability to adapt and change than to kind of do a sweeping item like this. I feel like it's really covered there in that personal relationship.
So the reason I put it here is because I want to specify that FWP should work, and that's why it says with working lands managers, because that covers Forest Service allotments, private land, etc., so that they're dealing specifically with those people on management and policy.
So you're saying the Forest Service or agencies, not...
I'm saying anyone who manages working lands.
This is Heath. I like the idea of it not being a static process as well. I don't know if we mentioned that in those other ones that you're talking about, Michelle. But people are always, managers are changing, landowners are changing. I think it's just good to address it here. This is something that needs to be addressed on a constant basis because those relationships are hard to maintain when people move on. So I think it's good.
Yeah, no, now that I understand a little bit more about it, I was thinking it was management of a ranch rather than Forest Service agencies, the whole thing, but I'm not sure if it needs to be a little more clear.
I'll make a motion to accept this maybe not the exact wording, but the concept.
Thanks, Brett. Any opposed? It's easier to know opposed as opposed to try and checking hands raised. So any opposed to this conceptually?
Will it stay under agriculture or will it be moved? Because if it's working lands like Forest Service as well, I don't know if it should go specifically under agriculture.
Good point. So where did you want to put it, Annie?
Potentially scroll down, it's conflict prevention and reduction 10. Conflict response and protocols is where we talk about why we should have more bear managers. So somewhere under here potentially. I just don't think it fits under agriculture anymore. I'm for it, but I don't think it lives there.
So you want it under human grizzly conflicts in and around developed areas?
Sure, yes.
That's what number 10 is.
Note number. Conflict response and protocols. So scroll down.
Oh, okay.
Somewhere in this section is where we talk about having more bear managers to improve relationships. And so I feel it would fit better in here potentially.
Okay. Okay, let me scroll back up and note that real quick. Oh, you already noted it, so, okay. Are we all cool with that?
So this could be, for the writing team to make sure that there's an appropriate place for it. And what I heard is that there's consensus that conceptually this as a recommendation can live in the document under section 1 somewhere.
Okay.
Great. So, Michelle, you're on mute.
Gosh, I was I was unmuted that whole time. This would be something that wouldn't include the public.
What do you mean?
Well, we're talking about management policy in Montana.
We're talking about working land managers. It just that doesn't mean that the Montana Fish, Wildlife and Park shouldn't continue to make sure that the public of Montana is informed about policy with grizzly bears. This is just saying that Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks working together with land managers should be a continual process.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure that it doesn't leave out other pertinent folks. But I mean, I agree with it. I totally agree with it. I just want to can we throw that into the writing team's many jobs? Sorry.
Well, I think the public is included in a lot of the other recommendations, and this one was really written specifically for working lands. So it's not excluding other entities. It's really about ensuring that these relationships, that there's effective communication with these relationships, is my understanding.
Exactly.
Great. Thanks for the discussion on these new ones. Trina, do you want to take us to the next one?
Okay, let's go to, we're still under ag, number 6.5, support efforts that strive to create a collective, inclusive movement and build a common understanding between ag producers and urban communities. So this is under that heading of increasing and diversifying partnerships, funding, and support. So this just says make an effort to bridge that gap that is growing by the day between ag and urban sprawl.
I support that and good luck with that.
Any opposed?
Could you explain that again? I'm not really getting where you're coming from, and I think I understand the gist of it, but I really want to get another clear understanding of what that means.
So it basically says that we need to bridge the gap between ag producers and urban communities. So going both ways, we need city people to understand how our lives actually work out here in the country, so that they will have a better appreciation of what we do and a better understanding of why it's so important to have these grizzly bears managed. On the flip side of that, we also need to explain to the people, the rural people, why grizzly bears also matter to people in the city that don't live with them.
And the necessity of having open lands, open landscapes.
Yeah.
I agree. This number 5 that was just added, this understanding from Heath earlier on a few months ago, and learning about different livelihoods in Montana was what changed and opened my eyes in such a big way. And I fully agree that I think a lot could happen for conservation if urban understood the story of working lands and rural communities and the importance of these large agricultural landscapes like Heath's family's ranch that want to have wildlife on them but need the support. And for myself, learning that changed my view. I was all for wilderness areas and public lands, but we've kind of come to a point where we have national parks, public lands. We have to diversify and understand the importance of private land here. And so I completely agree with this. And I think there's a huge disconnect. And I think it's a lot from my side of the table, being urban dweller who recreates, not understanding ranches. I had a big prejudice against ranchers for quite a long time until I started to understand their acceptance for wildlife, big predators in particular, and I understood it more. So I hope that elaborates a little bit more, Michelle. But I think
it does. And I just think it could be written a little better, like just strive. I don't know about the collective inclusive movement, but strive to create communication and understanding between agriculture producers and urban communities, or just and urban communities concerning the challenges that people face living with grizzlies or something like that. So just to be a little more clear about what it's about.
Got it.
Next.
Thanks.
All right, the next one is under public and state land. Cole's comment, what is the difference between grizzly bear occupied areas and areas where grizzlies are likely to occur? Perhaps just say areas where grizzly bear presence is likely. So this is a question that we brought up at the Helena meeting because we were really trying to figure out how to write this. And we honestly didn't really get an answer at the Helena meeting, I don't feel like. So I'm glad Cole finally chimed in and gave us something easier to write.
Looks like Erin might have a suggestion.
No, I'm fine with what Cole said. I think we should keep, I wonder if we shouldn't, it does grizzly bear is likely to occur. Does that include occupied areas? Or do we need to keep that piece? That's the only thing. But we never did hear back from the support team, or you guys as a writing team didn't hear back from the support team on that one?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right, Erin. That was that language that we didn't talk about last meeting and really haven't heard any better way to say it. So any suggestions would be great.
Cole, do you want to weigh in on what you think this should say?
I don't think I have much to add here, Brett. It struck me that there wasn't a difference between occupied areas and areas where they're likely to occur. So just simplifying it, I think.
So you're just saying take out, so just put in areas where grizzly bears are likely to, where grizzly bear presence is likely. Is that what you want to change it to?
Yeah, I mean, I would be comfortable with the writing team making the determination on specifics.
Originally, we had where grizzly bears are likely to occur in the future, and we dropped that phrase. We were just trying to clarify where grizzly bears are now and where they are going to be, so that everything would be covered by that and not limiting it at all.
I'm clear with what Cole is trying to say, and I could go along with that.
So if everybody's cool with Cole's, it's a lot shorter.
So we're leaving out occupied areas?
They're saying it's the same. Where grizzly bear presence is likely to occur could include where they are now and where they could be later. That's what I'm hearing that this means.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I understood.
So if everybody's cool with that wording change, then we can move on from there. Hearing no argument, I'm moving on. Number 4, Robyn, would you like to address your concern there?
Yes, thanks. If you can't see my little bubble there, I like number 4, and I just wanted to add the following statement in front of this statement to better identify the emerging issue. And it says increasing recreational use on public lands is an emerging challenge to grizzly bear recovery and management and could negatively affect grizzly bear recovery. Because that's what I was hearing in Missoula from the specialists when they were talking to us, and I think it needs to be clarified a little bit more. So I'd like to request that we add that into the front end of that statement, front end of number 4.
Okay, Annie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was in here, and we took it out because it was more of a value statement than an actual recommendation. Right?
I think so. Let me check my notes page, but yes.
And I get why Annie's looking for her notes. And I guess when I read it, it just seemed to lack some context there. So, kind of getting context where we were coming from. Unless it's somewhere captured in our guiding principles that I just missed. And if you guys think it's there, or maybe it could be added into guiding principles, it just seemed like it's a gap that I saw when I read back through the document again. But if we feel like it's that clarification is someplace else, I'm happy to consider that.
Okay, I'll write a note to check.
I just want to say I support Robyn on that. I think it's important to note that it is an emerging and growing issue, especially as public lands, remain kind of the primary conservation areas. I think that we're seeing more and more pressures coming into those areas, and we should probably address that. So anyway, just supporting Robyn on that one.
So I hear a motion to include Robyn's suggestion of that sentence that was just read. And Trina, if you can sort of scroll back over to the left so council members can see that comment. I'm hearing a motion for that to be included in this recommendation or as a guiding principle. Robyn, do you want to make a motion one way or another? Or does anybody?
I think it would be a better guiding
You bet.
principle.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, sorry.
I'm not writing it. Sorry, guys. I got sideways there. Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we include, let me get the statement there. Increasing recreational use on public lands is an emerging challenge to grizzly bear recovery and management and could negatively affect grizzly bear recovery. My suggestion is to put it in front of lead off number 4 with that. That would be my motion.
Any opposed?
I'm not in favor of that.
Probably.
You're not in favor of that. Is that what you said, Bret?
That's correct.
I would recommend making it a guiding principle rather than adding it to that recommendation. If that's okay with you, Robyn.
And I should have said, yeah, thank you, Katrina. I meant to say in my motion that if it fit better someplace else, I'm happy to entertain that suggestion as well. And a guiding principle sounds good to me.
Okay.
What would you, Bret, what are you feeling?
I'm good with that.
Any opposed to this being a guiding principle? Great, thanks everyone.
Okay. Number 5,
Wait a
Annie.
second. Hold on a minute. I'm really sorry, but we've got to go back because we missed something. You zipped ahead and I didn't want to interrupt, but can we go back? Can we go back to number 1 under public and state land? I-1, I guess it is. I'm really concerned about this because it says relevant agencies should create consistency around food storage requirements across the state and federal lands. So it just talks about creating consistency, but we have places that don't have food storage requirements, like the Bitterroot National Forest and parts of the Lolo and parts of the Madison or the Beaverhead. So somewhere we lost, that was part of the recommendation a while back and somehow it got lost. And I don't want to lose that because I think it's really important, especially in these connectivity areas where there aren't food storage orders at this time, that they would be encouraged. So I think you were trying to streamline the recommendation, but we lost something pretty important.
So can we change it to relevant agencies should create consistent food storage requirements across state and federal lands? Would that cover it?
They can create consistent requirements, but that they don't use them. Does that make sense? I guess that's where I feel like we're getting lost.
Or create and enforce.
Yeah, or create it. Yeah, create and enforce consistent. Yes, that would be lovely, or something like that.
Okay. Everybody cool with that?
Thanks, Michelle. Did we miss any others, Michelle? I know we've been going through this fast. Were there? You're on mute.
I'm trying to follow, and it's hard trying to watch the screen because some of the numbers have changed. So yeah, I'm trying to pop them in where I can.
Okay, so in this section, in section number 12, public and state land, did you have anything else to add? We'll have Trina go to number.
I don't have anything else to add, but I'm sorry, excuse me, Heather. I just wanted to, yep, never mind. I see it now. Scroll down, make a guiding principle of the next thing. Thank you.
Yep, I just wrote that in the comment, so I don't have to do it right now.
Yeah, I just have a grammar issue in number 2, but I can put that into a comment later if we're gonna have time to comment.
Yep.
Later on wordsmithing and stuff.
They're still doing that. The writing team's still doing that. Yeah.
So put the comment in there so we see it though. Okay, so Annie, would you explain why we took out number 5, please?
Yes. Because it is better stated somewhere else. I find it. Where are we?
Annie, I think we put it in the header for the section, proactive
Yep.
inclusive efforts to mitigate conflict in large-scale public planning efforts or private endeavors. Just the importance of having that be involved in all of these.
Okay. So is everybody cool with what we did?
And I'm sorry, Jonathan, I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Where was it located that you thought it was covered?
Well, it's generally addressed in the topic header about just the importance of proactive and inclusive efforts within planning.
Under conflict resolution, or excuse me, conflict prevention?
Yeah, the header for the section that recommendation was, we tried to move it up to there in a little bit more of a general way.
Trina, will you please scroll up to the
I'm
header?
looking at it right now. Okay, yep, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Got it?
Okay, can we go back to number 4 really quickly?
If I can remember where we were. Okay, there we go.
Sorry. The citation, I know you're still working on them, but I have a suggestion for the citations. Just because it's not clear, I would, rather than a citation here for the include actionable items, because to me the recommendation says just make sure you include actionable items. But if you said just in parentheses, see Appendix C for list of actionable items or something like that, to tell people what that for or that little number means or how it will enhance. 'Cause otherwise, I think you lose those. Like, who's going to go there? Unless they say, oh, there's a list, I'll go there.
Michelle, we had like a really intense 4 hours that we busted this out to share it with y'all, and we just kind of threw in some things to note.
No worries.
Or it's not final, so I wouldn't. I mean, it could be an asterisk or a parentheses or whatever.
No worries, as long as you understand my concern.
Mm-hmm. I agree that a superscript's not the ideal thing there, but we'll get that right for you.
You might even be able to make them as a quick hyperlink so they can click on that and it sends them right to it in an online document.
Thank you, Darren. That's a good, I'll make a note that we could try and do that too.
That's some Google magic right there, if you figure that out.
It's just not a pretty face. There's a brain behind it.
The formatting for this is not easy. You guys are doing an amazing job. And they're appreciating the additional suggestions. So, yeah.
This is Chuck. I joined by phone. I don't know what happened to the connection.
Oh.
Sorry, we lost you for a little bit, Chuck.
Yeah, it was pretty weird.
Was it pretty quick?
Oh yeah, it just blanked off and said no connection, and so I tried it two different times, and it wouldn't do it. So I just joined by phone. Sorry.
Okay.
What do you do to mute yourself on the phone? That sounded pretty stupid, but anyway.
I want to hear everything you have to say, Chuck. Don't mute yourself.
All right, Trina, keep us moving.
Okay, number 5, establish cooperative conflict monitoring programs between relevant agencies and the public at public recreation areas as applicable and available. What this was supposed to mean, Cole, is that, so this is under conflict prevention. So the idea was that at public recreation sites, they could monitor which kind of conflicts the grizzly bears were getting into and use that information to prevent them from happening any further. Are you still here, Cole?
Yeah, I'm listening. I think that for part A, a specific example might be helpful. So we can imagine what kind of monitoring is being suggested.
Okay.
I wonder if we could refer back for that specific one to the appendix because we actually provide specific of it ideas around conflicts on public lands. So I'm wondering if we couldn't just refer back to that. Do you guys follow what I'm saying? Sorry. We were just talking about it.
Yes.
Okay.
So I just typed in their appendix, whatever it is, and.
So when I guess what I'm saying is that when we say establish cooperative monitoring programs between relevant agencies and the public, can we be specific about, is the problem that the public needs a way to report what they see to the agencies? Is the problem that we're seeing with this recommendation that the agencies don't have a good interface where the public can see where conflicts have occurred? It just seems to me like there needed to be a bit more meat to know what was being referred to. And if that is in the appendix, if that example is in the appendix, great.
I almost wonder, Cole, I see what you're saying because it is confusing. I almost wonder if this isn't just, because what this started out to be a long time ago is cooperative work between livestock producers, agencies, NGOs, other people who are working together potentially to monitor conflicts and try and address conflicts in kind of a comprehensive manner on the landscape. And so it was more around B, but now 5 doesn't really fit with A. And so it is confusing. So I'm wondering if this doesn't just become 5, use monitoring programs to inform A and B or something like that.
Or should we just take out A and just combine, just say conflict monitoring programs on public land grazing allotments?
And maybe, I can see, I guess I was reading this the wrong way too, because I was thinking that this was for like in a lot of situations along, we border some forest properties. And so there are signs out, letting people know that are hiking in the area that their grizzly bears are present. And so I assumed that that's what you were talking about here. That's not what you're saying.
No, and Erin was right. This came from a long ways away from where it is now. And we couldn't even remember who suggested cooperative conflict monitoring programs. So we just tried to make it make sense.
It was out of a conversation from our group, Annie, where
This
was
was
yeah.
with Keith and Erin, Lawrence, myself, and maybe.
I see Caroline's hand up. Caroline, do you have some clarity to offer?
Wasn't this also from the meeting in Alder with the folks from the Upper Green talking about the way they use cooperative monitoring for a whole series, but it helps them, both the private landowner, the livestock operator, Wyoming Game and Fish, and the Forest Service. They had a very extensive cooperative monitoring program that seemed to be really effective. And when those of us who were at that meeting, we came away saying, oh, we should put that in our recommendations. But I think it's obviously not specific enough that we've kind of lost that meaning. Do you guys remember, isn't that where we were starting with all of this?
Yeah, I think you're right.
So Caroline, that's what I understood you to say at the previous meeting. And at that Alder meeting, the specific example was that the Upper Green is very remote, and it was challenging for the range riders on that allotment and for any of the landowners who happen to be up there to get timely information to Game and Fish. And so they were able to create a radio. They could radio to that, and that somehow got transferred to cell tower. I'm not sure how the technology works, but they could basically radio, and the Game and Fish could get the call, and that was really helpful for reporting conflicts and getting timely confirmation. And if that's the specific suggestion, that's one thing, but I don't see that in what's written, because if the heading is a cooperative monitoring between the agencies and the public, what I'm worried about is, are we suggesting that the public is out on people's public land grazing allotments trying to document conflict or carcasses? That seems to me problematic. So I just think whatever the specific recommendation is, maybe needs to be sharpened a bit.
Well, that's what my suggestion is let's go back and find out what, because I remember it as being more extensive than what you described, Cole. That there was more to it than that. So I would suggest going back and like either going through our notes from that meeting or calling Albert or the other folks up and getting a little bit more description on what that looks like, and then giving it back to the council and saying, okay, here's a better description of it. Is this what we want to recommend? But right now, yeah, it needs to be a lot more specific than what we've got, because we've gone through this description several times now, and we're still not at a place where it's a helpful recommendation. Caroline and Cole, okay, thanks.
Thanks, awesome. That's exactly where I was going. Thank you.
Motion that Caroline and Cole work on this one and get it to us as a comment for the next time.
But that's not, I don't have dog in the fight.
Can I just ask too, like,
Wait, hold on one second. Cole, what?
I'm just saying, I don't have an idea for a recommendation here. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand the recommendations we're agreeing to. So I would suggest Caroline could talk to Albert or any of the folks involved in the situation and then come back. So,
Okay, so you're backing out on this. Okay, thanks.
it could also be that 5 just becomes B and moves into ag.
That's what I was wondering.
Sure.
So Carolyn, why don't you just take care of that for us?
I'll get right on it. Without any help from Cole.
You didn't need him anyway.
No.
Now, you guys. All right.
Okay. Next is waste management and sanitation. Cole. Understood that sanitation recommendations would be placed under a heading that began with in bear occupied areas.
yeah, so I think in our previous iteration, all of this fell under the item we just all covered together. There was a heading about where grizzly bears are present. Sorry, 12I. And the sanitation stuff no longer falls under that in areas where grizzly bear presence is likely. So is that our intention, or is the intention now of the writing team to recommend these sanitation measures statewide? That's the question I'm raising.
So if I am correct, this particular recommendation says support the future development of consistent statewide local sanitation ordinances. So I think what it meant was to continue developing them in the future to make sure that we stay ahead of the grizzly bears, but I could be wrong.
So this is back to Darren's point. This is how I remember it. Darren made the point at the last meeting of if they're considering their waste management, the dump in Havre, should they be required to have bear resistant infrastructure, or for that matter in Webo or Sydney? And that's, right. I think that's the point I'm raising, is that it feels to me like these sanitation recommendations should fall under the heading of in areas where grizzly bear presence is likely. Did that change since our last meeting?
So is my understanding that this one, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Well, Darren's hand raised. Should we have Darren?
Yeah, I'll wait and then I'll share. Yes.
No, I think Cole captured what I was going to say in the fact that we said that there should be in occupied areas that I remember, and I can't find the wording. I went back when I was reading this last night again. I don't mind the wording we agreed on, but then we had something there that people should be proactively, planning boards or counties should be proactively looking at it, but maybe not developing it yet. I mean, I thought we had different wording than what it is now. Chad said it would be unbelievably expensive if we said we got to do this right now for everybody. So that's just my point.
Annie?
Cool. Let's see, where is it in the last one? In the last iteration, I'll copy and paste exactly what we had in here real quick. But, we did have that conversation and we tried to create guiding principle 2 and 3 about where resources are prioritized. And so the reason we didn't put a specific sentence like where bears are occurring or likely to occur in the future is because we thought we covered it by 2 and 3 in a guiding principle, saying that resources will be based on genetic and demographic connectivity, divvied out in a different manner. And so if that didn't capture it, then we can add this little sentence as well.
Annie, I think the principles make sense to me, and I think the principles would inform it just fine, except that they say, but in the specific recommendation, it says statewide. So yes. If you take out statewide and just allow the principles to inform where the recommendation would be implemented, I think would solve it for me.
Okay.
Bret and Erin?
Yeah, I was hoping Chad would still be on the phone because I think he helped us with the wording of this when we were in Helena. I think what he said made perfect sense, but I don't see him here.
Yeah, he said he was sort of in and out this afternoon and would be able to join us when he can. So maybe the writing team could connect with Chad around this.
Sure. Yeah. And I agree with what Cole is saying, and Darren. I believe that there was some talk about making that so that it was not going to be statewide, but it was something that counties or cities or whatever should look at into the future if bears are going to be moving into those places or already are in those places. So
yeah, I remember we had a lot of conversation about it as well, but I don't remember the specifics. So connecting back with Chad would be a good idea.
All right.
Erin, did you have something else to add?
Yeah, just to make sure that we're consistent with grizzly bear presence is likely, however we use that, wherever we use that, just to make sure it all is the same.
Yeah, what was is it where grizzly bear presence is likely? Because I couldn't remember.
Yeah, I think that's what you used above. Michelle?
There we go. I knew that wasn't right.
I just wanted to, and I'm hoping Chad will come up with it, but what I would be looking for here is, for instance, Darren and Haver and their if they were doing, I guess the idea of somehow other areas of state should be thinking about it. And I'm not sure how to put that, like if they were starting to do some sort of overhaul, that maybe while they were doing that overhaul, they would think, oh, well, maybe we should try to make it more secure from black bears. Does that make sense? I guess to encourage that kind of thinking for wildlife in general.
I remember Chad had some wording with it. So let's have the writing team connect with Chad and we can bring it back to the full group.
I think it was pretty simple. I think it was encourage counties and local governments to be proactive, but not mandatory statewide. I mean, we want to encourage people to think about it and move forward. If you're if you're going to have likely of grizzly bears, then you have to address it. But if you're 5 years out, proactive is where I would like to be. But I think that's how the wording was. I'm just looking back in my mind, but let's leave it to Chad instead of beating us up.
Darren, I just copied and pasted.
That sounds really common sense. It makes sense to me, Michelle. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I just copied from the last draft what we had for this recommendation and as a comment. Darren, if you'd put your wording as a comment to the comment, that would help the writing team.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Trina.
Okay, moving faster than a turtle. We are in conflict response and protocols.
Stop, you're moving too fast. Can you go to number 1? I have a concern there. And it's really quick. I know that we are the state, but I would like to somehow include not just Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, but also to get technicians for the National Park Service folks. Does that make sense? Like, Tim Manley is going to retire and soon, and getting him a full-time technician is also important. So I don't know how we can mention that or talk about that, but I think it would be worthwhile just because they are working in Montana, that we suggest that those bear management specialists also have a full-time technician.
That is a great thought, but we have no power over recommendations to the federal government. So I think we're just trying to stick to what we can actually recommend to our governor and Montana agencies.
I agree, but the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service probably would be involved in that kind of recommendation. And they are listening to this process and they are part of this process. So I think we could somehow squeeze that in somewhere.
Can you, when we're done here, just figure out where you want to squeeze that in and leave us a comment?
Maybe you just put on number 1 and relevant agencies, just like you have with the others.
Ooh.
Can I ask a question, Michelle, about that?
Yeah.
What is it you want a bear tech for the national parks? Why do they need a bear tech or an assistant?
Yeah, some sort of technician or assistant, just so that when Tim Manley goes, there's someone that's got a few years experience working with him before.
Tim Manley
But is
works.
Tim Manley
He's state.
Oh, is he state as well? Oh, well, never mind.
Yeah, Tim Manley state.
I thought he was parks.
R1.
No.
I think
the way I understand national park bears is that there's a bear biologist for the national park, and then in Glacier in the summer when the national park is up and running and accepting most of its visitors. I don't know Yellowstone, but I'd assume it's similar. Each district in the national park has a bear ranger who is in the front country and the back country responding to human bear conflicts, questions, permitting, and trash regulation. So I don't know if we need to recommend the national park because they already got, okay.
Great. Okay, so it sounds like you can remove and relevant agencies. I think there was consensus on this whole section. Were there other comments in here?
There's a comment at the very bottom on connectivity zones. And Cole said, what are these?
Well,
should we just say landscapes in between like we have been?
Yeah, if that's the words we're using, I would go along with that.
Does that help, Cole?
Yeah, I think we just need to be careful not to use terms that we haven't established.
I just want to make sure that we're not overstepping. Some of these areas are already considered in the conservation strategy. I would rather keep this as a case-by-case flexibility for bear specialists. I don't think we should be saying that this is happening already. I don't know that we, through the case-by-case flexibility, and I don't know if we need to really start saying this is where we're going to get rid of bears quicker, and change protocols. Like, I don't think that's part of our, I don't think we should be changing protocols. I would prefer to get all of the specialists together and have them spend a day like talking about protocols and what would be best and where, because they're the best ones to make this decision. And I will personally put in a chunk of cash for their first round of drinks after they've had the day hashing this all out. But I think this should be something that's up to the bear specialists discussing protocols and how it works. I don't think it's up to us to start deciding that bears should be removed faster or not.
I am really confused on what you're just
Yeah,
I
so
just
I
want
think
to point something out here, Heather, real quick. If it's not in red, we already voted and agreed upon it at our Helena meeting. So all of these highlights were basically, they better be wordsmithing because we already voted to approve everything except for the things that are in red. So had you had a problem, you should have brought it up last time.
I double checked that one, and
This one's new.
It's new.
It should be in red.
This one's new.
You know who added it?
Because I actually have a couple other comments on this, because I actually, when I just said landscapes in between, that one, this one actually I feel like is encompassed in guiding principle around flexibility. So I feel like this is just unnecessarily repetitive is my only, like, it seems to say the same thing to me that we already say.
this one seemed to come from number 23 in the old document and just got moved.
Okay, that was my question. Where did it come from?
When I was tracking it, I saw that it came from under Grizzly Bear distribution, relocation, and connectivity. It was old number 23. And it seemed that you guys moved it to fit under conflict response and protocols.
Okay, so is the wording the same?
I thought it became a guiding principle under flexibility a long time ago.
Yeah, number 23 in the old document, I'm holding the draft document we had in Helena. Number 23 is encourage voluntary incentive-based conservation, like conservation easements in areas identified to wildlife.
Well, that's a different one.
Yeah,
number 25 for me. So there's been a lot of iterations.
So, but the original document that without changes that we added in Helena, you know, I cannot find that one anywhere.
So I've got it. If bears are captured outside recovery zones, bear specialists should have the flexibility to move bears to an appropriate established relocation site.
That's different than, that's very different than this.
Yeah, I agree.
Very different.
Yeah, and they don't have the flexibility anyway. Right now, this is ultimately a decision made by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So I think maybe we should do away with this recommendation altogether.
Yeah, I would actually.
They will be delisted at some point, and then FWP will be in charge of making that final call.
That's very true.
But we already have flexibility in our guidelines that already gets the exact thing. I'd almost rather put back in the old language around.
I don't think so, Erin. If the way that I'm reading it, it seems to me that you know, that they do have some area that they can move bears right now that are fairly close to some ecosystems, but the areas in between there are areas that they don't have options to, like the Stevensville bear. They can't just.
Yeah, no, I agree on that point. I guess I'm not reading number 5 to say what you're saying. What I'm saying, how I read number 5 is just that bear managers should have the ability to make a decision whether they're relocating or removing a grizzly bear, rather than they should have the ability to put them inside of those landscapes in between. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like the old one was more specific around what you're saying, Bret. Exactly. How this reads to me is just about flexibility in management.
So the only person
Is that Jonathan talking?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just
Okay,
gonna
I
say,
think you copied it.
anyway, on the old document, it was worded differently. It wasn't red, so it only was moved to black, but it used to say grizzly bears that prey on livestock or are otherwise labeled as problem bears that are found outside established recovery and connectivity zones should be managed more strictly than those inside the zones. So that was the original language of that one. So I think that the flexibility aspect was added in to try to create a something that made more people could get behind. But you're right, it probably now sounds more like some other stuff that we've had. But just as far as the argument as to where that came from, that's what that was initially.
And then even before what Jonathan just said, it used to be grizzly bears outside established recovery and connectivity zones should be managed more strictly than those inside the zones.
Yeah, and I totally disagreed with that language. So I do this explaining where this came from actually that makes sense, but I do think that it reads a little bit like some of our old stuff now. So, or some of our stuff that we already have now. So I guess I appreciate that effort.
What if we just ended this at problem bears? Is that?
Well, this one was supposed to be specific to the bears outside the recovery zones and the fact that they should be able to be removed more easily. Is what the point behind this was in the beginning.
I think
But
that's
Cole's point is right about the Fish and Wildlife Service on this one. So,
right. But my
but
point
Fish and
about that
Wildlife
was
Service,
we're writing recommendations for in the future as well, for when they are delisted.
I agree with that. I think, and Cole is right. I mean, we have no flexibility right now, but in the future, what does that look like?
But even in the future, guys, I mean, I don't think this recommendation says what we want it to say. I mean, if the intention, because even inside the recovery zones and inside the landscapes in between, there are, whoever the decision maker is, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, FWP, into the future, still there may be a decision either to relocate or remove a bear. And so I don't, even apart from the question of the jurisdiction of who makes the decision, I don't see how this recommendation is adding value.
Excellent point.
It's not anymore the way it's worded.
Yeah.
So maybe the emphasis ought to be is move it back to relocation and connectivity, because that's really what we're trying to accomplish. Is we're trying to accomplish the ability for people to be able to put those bears in areas that they currently can't do.
So here's the thought behind this one, and I think I'm the one that wrote it originally, and it basically, whatever the original wording was, the whole point was they should be able to remove problem bears, especially those that prey on livestock, that are outside the recovery zones without giving them the 3 strikes or without giving them more chances. My point behind it was take them out if they're causing problems, because we have so many damn bears inside the recovery zones that those ones outside the recovery zones, if we lose one, not a big deal. But to Cole's point, this no longer says that. This doesn't say anything valuable.
And I would agree with the statement that you just made, as long as they were a male bear.
I mean, but they have that flexibility. I mean, I'm going to push back on you a little bit with that, because I mean, I know bears have been removed before 3 strikes. Okay. So I know that there is some flexibility at play right now. It's not that there is no flexibility. I mean, I understand where you're going with that, Trina, but yeah.
So if you look at what Annie posted, there was no flexibility in my original statement. I didn't want it to be flexible. It just said managed more strictly, which meant take them out.
Right. No, I know.
So it sounds like we're at a point where we need to do a thumbs process.
So I move that we just remove this number 5.
I second that.
Any opposed to removing? Removed. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate the discussion and I appreciate the attempt to try and find some common ground around it. And it sounds like there are other statements within this document that talk about flexibility around for bear managers in terms of how to respond to conflict. So good discussion. Let's keep moving through the document here. Just aware that it is 3:55 and we had talked about earlier the possibility of going until 5. I know there were a couple of folks that aren't able to keep going. It sounded like we had a good majority that could keep going until 5. I'm optimistic this next section could take some time, but then beyond that, I think we're close. So if we've got most folks, who needs to leave right now?
I'm gonna try to hang in there for a little bit, Heather.
Thanks, Cole. I appreciate that. So let's keep going and see if we can get through this. I'm pretty optimistic that we can.
Can I make a suggestion maybe?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I haven't looked at all these, so I'm not really sure how much is down through there. But if Cole is maybe going to leave us before the hour is over, can we at least address the comments that Cole has before and then if we need to go back and pick up the remainder?
You bet. That's where we're headed next. So I think we'll get there.
Thanks.
So Cole, just give us a heads up when you need to leave so that we can check in terms of where we are and if we can keep going or not.
Sure. Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, so we're under a distribution now, and the explanation at the very beginning, the second sentence says, these recommendations intend to balance the continued importance of public lands with the need for the increased support of private lands to meet the requirements for an interconnected metapopulation of grizzly bears in Montana. And so Cole wants to know what these requirements are. Jonathan, since you wrote this, you want to explain why you wrote it like that?
Yeah, absolutely. The 18 of you have talked about those words quite a bit, so I put them in there for y'all to discuss.
Nice job, Jonathan.
You're not supposed to be adding to our work.
Bret, don't get me started on that.
Oh, man.
No, it was in a lot of public comments. It's been brought up. We've read reports on it. At least me on the writing team, I try to just make some pre-compromises with some leans to certain people's ideologies to let you all have a place to start discussing it. And really try not to add too much of my own directions to it. I'd rather make sure we get all of our voice. So it's just starting point when there was nothing there before.
So my suggestion is just there was 2 pieces. One was that in the first sentence, there was among Montana's 4 recovery zones is necessary to the long-term viability. And I'm not sure we have agreement on that. In a previous principle, we changed important. And so that's already been changed. It looks like that was my first comment. And my second one just follows on the same thing. I don't think there's any requirements that have been placed on us other than our own vision. And so I would just suggest the need for the increased support of private lands to support our vision for an because that it is our vision, but it's not being required from any authority.
I think Cole makes a good point because it's, you know, are we talking science, biological requirements? Are we talking legal requirements? So I think that's an excellent change, Cole.
Michelle and Robyn?
Erin made a good suggestion there that said allow.
I like the vision part. I like tying this back to our vision though better.
Okay, so does everybody like it the way I rewrote it?
I'm good.
What about
Okay.
voluntary support?
I can't read it. Hold on.
Do I
The
need to
need
move
for
it?
the increased voluntary support of private lands. I don't like us to be too intrusive there.
And I think increased support and to support might be too much. So how about just with the need for the involvement of private lands in supporting our vision?
There you go.
That's not spelled right. There. Good?
Good, Cole.
Okay. Number.
So Trina, I had in the old document, number 14 and 15 were red. Is that, they're in black here, but when I tried to cross-reference.
We may have moved them. Or are they the same words?
Well,
some things we rearranged.
Number 14 is the same words. So I just want to make sure we've got consensus on number 14.
That one was read because I changed it to all 4 identified recovery zones in Montana before, but I think we already approved that at the last meeting.
Yeah, I thought we did.
Okay.
Too, but maybe not.
I'm not hearing any dissenting, so just wanted to make sure. Number 15 is really the one that was around Cole and some of Lawrence's language. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
Can you scroll up a bit?
What's that?
Just asking Trina to scroll up just a little bit so that we've got. Yeah.
That work?
Yeah. Go ahead, Cole.
So our vision says landscapes in between that accommodate Grizz presence and connectivity.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big goal. That's what we're saying. It's a pretty high bar, but that seems to be what we all have been able to circle around as a council. And this implies landscapes not in between, where accommodating presence and connectivity are not a priority. Doesn't mean you try to round up all the bears that expand. Doesn't mean that at all, but it does mean that there is the areas where it is a priority and there are the areas where it's not. And I need us to say that plainly. I need us to say plainly that there are areas in Montana that are not important to Grizz connectivity. I don't think 2 and 3 do that, the principles that we went over earlier today. I don't think there's a huge problem with 2 and 3, but I don't think they say this. And I don't think 15 does as written either. I have a suggestion that I took some time to write before. It's a couple sentences, and I could copy and paste that in here, or we could just have some discussion.
It'd be helpful to see it.
Are you seeing 15.1 as well, Cole?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so will you just put your comment or your suggestion in a comment so we can compare them?
Sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't even mind. Yeah, somewhere where we can look at it at least. I'm sorry.
I can.
think he has the ability to put it in a comment, and then maybe Trina, you can then put it in the document so it's easier for us to see.
Yeah.
So I just put the comment in. Let me know when you see it.
Got it.
So I'll read it.
Of course.
Fish, Wildlife, and Parks should clearly distinguish in its management plan those landscapes that can reasonably be considered important for grizzly bear connectivity from those that cannot. Such a distinction is necessary for determining appropriate translocation sites and for prioritizing resources for outreach and education, transportation upgrades, and conflict reduction efforts. The part about distinguishing the areas important for connectivity from those that are not is the most important part to me. I think if we're going to do justice to our vision and if we're going to have any clarity with our recommendations at all, we need to basically say that FWP needs to distinguish the difference between the two. Otherwise, where you need that in order to identify these areas in between the recovery zones where you might translocate a Stevensville bear, for example. We need to know that so that we know where to invest in being ahead of conflicts and doing our best to reduce them. We need to know so that we know where we're going to prioritize transportation. And I think we've really attempted, so far as I can tell, to state everything positively and just say, well, there's the areas where we prioritize resources, and then there's special areas. I think we need to say it much more plainly.
Thanks, Cole. Erin.
I feel like I know we've hashed through this a little bit at the last meeting too, and I know I understand what you're saying, Cole. I will go back to the feeling that I feel like we hashed through the management plan piece and we decided to last meeting to move forward with the language that we had. And I thought we had voted on that. I feel like that 19 gets at that clear definition. I know what you want in there is that specific from those that are not. I just feel like it's already in our document and it's implied in multiple places now. And I'm struggling to see where this addition changes those or adds to those.
I think my sense is that folks, there's quite a few folks that just want to be able to claim that any place in Montana is potentially important for connectivity and recovery. And I certainly don't have consensus on that. It's a real big step for me to make to be on board with the vision statement as written. I think it's a really generous statement on behalf of the bear, and it points to connectivity in Western Montana, essentially. But unless we're willing to say that connectivity is not important in some places, then I don't think we're doing justice to this task. It's, for me, this kind of everything hangs on this.
And I know that Lawrence has been stating this pretty strongly as well. Caroline and then Bret, I see your hands up.
Cole, I appreciate that you're allowing Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to establish this, to make these calls, because I think that's crucial, and I think it's more of a moving target than we might realize. And I just want to make that point clear, that if we're going to allow the biologists, the scientists, the managers to make this determination, because I don't think we can.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting we do.
And so I appreciate that. My caveat there, or my point that I would add is it might be more complicated than we think, and that are we okay with that? That if we leave it, that I think we truly should leave it to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to make that distinction. and to make that determination, and that they should be given all the resources that we've been talking about from the get-go to be able to do that in a really rigorous or thoughtful and well supported way, because we might find that we might learn a lot. And I just want us to be open to the idea that through this recommendation, we might learn a lot, and it might not. Anyway, that's I'm okay with letting Fish, Wildlife, and Parks make this determination without any kind of preconceived ideas or sidebars that we're going to put on them.
So Caroline, do I hear you saying that you support this version that Cole has inserted?
I just wanted to make that really clear. I haven't said yes to Cole's language yet, which has now appeared, correct?
Yes. So we've got quite a few.
Carry on with somebody else, but I just wanted to make sure that we're not stepping in and making this determination. And I appreciate that Cole, and I hope that all of us can agree, this is something that's beyond our expertise, and that it should be put in the hands of the bear specialists, biologists, and managers.
Thanks for making that clear. I appreciate it, given that some of the other language has had council members try to define that. So what you're saying and what Cole has here is different than that, and that's good clarification. We've got a number of hands up, and I want to be sensitive to the time, and also to the fact that we have had this conversation over the last couple of months, and so really want the responses to be around whether something else needs to be clarified, and we'll spend a couple more minutes, and then we'll need to do the thumbs process. So we've got Bret and Darren, Robyn, Heath, and Nick. And Trina, sorry. Sorry, your screen share is you're in a different placement. Anyway, Bret, Darren, Robyn, Heath, Nick, Trina.
So from the very beginning, I kind of always believed that we should try to manage for bears throughout the entire state. I've since changed my opinion on that. Actually, pretty early on in this process. This wording from Cole, I can live with. I actually like it. I like the idea of prioritizing and trying to, if FWP can determine where those areas are and can dedicate its resources to those areas, it makes perfect sense to me, and I can support this and do support it.
Darren.
Yeah, I'm pretty similar to Bret. I bet we've been trying to have this dialogue, and I think Erin drove it home to my brain that we have a lot of implied, but we need to come out and support somewhere where the Fish and Game has a way to identify it. And so I'm getting behind Cole's language also, and having that structure. And so I'm on the same page as Bret.
Thanks, Darren. Robyn.
My comment is more for clarification. I'm sorry, I've got two screens going here. So what I would just say really quickly is, did the work that we did with Lorenz to settle his concerns, does that address this issue?
A good question. What do folks think?
I would say yes.
I would say no. Lawrence didn't ask for specific lines. He was happy with Erin's wording, and the idea that prioritizing resources could leave some areas without, and balancing that expansion. He did not ask for, he backed away, I thought, from specific lines or asking that specific lines be created. And we could go back to that email.
I want to be careful. I'm not suggesting to put words in Lawrence's mouth. I'm representing this as my concern.
I think we could certainly flag it for him and ask him if it's okay. Or if he's okay with it. I'm not sure of your order. Is it my turn yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Heath, and then Nick, and then Trina, and then Annie, and then Erin. So Heath.
I guess I would, Erin mentioned that this may be implied in other places, but I would really like to see it written plainly like Cole has it here. I could say more, but that pretty much sums it up. Thanks.
I'm hearing several in favor, a couple not. Nick.
I would just say, I mean, I agree with you, Cole, but I just can't imagine FWP's plan wouldn't do that. I mean, and I'm wondering if we could, to split the baby, say, I don't know, landscapes in between the 4 recovery zones that are the highest priority. Well, I don't know. I can't imagine. I mean, the statewide plan isn't going to do that, I guess. And so I'm wondering if we do have to say this or not.
Well, I'm wondering if we need to go to a vote, because I'm hearing the comments are either for or against this. And so I'm not anticipating consensus, but given the time that we've spent on this in previous meetings and the time now, I'm wondering if it would be helpful to get a sense of where folks are.
Could I?
Heather, sorry to jump in. Chuck's been trying to get in, but he didn't know how to raise his hand here for a while. So can we give Chuck a chance?
Chuck, yeah, thanks, Sean.
Can you hear me all right, Heather? I didn't know how to get your attention.
I guess you don't know. Yeah, I guess on the phone you can't raise your hand. So jump in.
I completely agree with Cole. And I rest assured, I'm almost positive that Lorenz would. So, but Caroline touched on it. This has some implications. If this was gone further than just our recommendations by the state, I can see some huge implications on forest management plans. Huge. As what'd you say, Cole? This is the essence of our whole thing. And I can see it is. Guaranteed. This could really put some damper or restrictions on forest management plans. And I think we need to be really careful here. I like Cole's wording.
Thanks, Chuck.
Now is it my turn?
Yeah.
I
mean, what I'm hearing is arguments for and arguments against. We have had this discussion. I'm not hearing new information coming forward. And I'm wondering, for process sake, if we need to get a sense of, I'd like to get a sense of who cannot live with Cole's reiteration. I think that will be easier than those in favor. So who would be opposed to it?
I have a clarifying question.
Sure.
Is it replacing or in addition to what we already have?
So my motion was going to be to replace the first, whatever number it was, 15, I don't know, with Cole's, and then still have the sub 1 underneath of it.
So it's just the one that's above that looks like number 19 now. Your numbers got wonky, but
yeah, I had to move them to a different page.
Yeah. So
Probably
Trina's
delete now.
motion is to replace it.
Yeah, it was 15. So replace 15 with Cole's suggestion and leave 15-1 there is what my motion is.
I'm sorry, I'm so confused. Are you?
Do you have it written the way you propose it to be right now?
I didn't write it, Cole did, but yes.
Then so, but I show 16, I show 1 under number 16,
Right, so 16 is what Cole wrote.
right?
So that's just the way the formatting, I didn't mess with it because it just makes it worse. So 15 is the original, 16 is the new one, sub 1 is the same as it was before, and it would go with the new 15, which is 16.
So you're eliminating 15.
Correct.
That's clear as mud.
You're welcome.
You would eliminate 15, so 15 would be gone?
Yes, and then 16 as it is now would be the new 15.
I would like to motion that we keep 15.
Yeah.
Add in Cole's new 16 as is in this document. I cannot get behind removing 15 because one says define the landscapes in between, which I think is important. And I also think it's important to explicitly say that there are landscapes that what Cole said. I think that's important to explicitly say. So I motion to keep 15 and add 16.
So the way it is right now on the paper.
Correct.
Is what you're saying.
I could get behind that.
Who cannot get behind that? Great.
Wait, how do you?
Can I just?
Nope, it's too late.
I just asked a clarifying question on 16.
Yeah.
I feel like somewhat there needs to be an addition about agency consultation in the public process integrated into 16 on some level.
Like maybe as a sub?
No, like as like Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks in consultation with relevant agencies and through a public process. I mean, they will establish a public process for their management plan.
Right.
Right.
But I'm wondering if.
So you just want to really call that out rather than just having it being applied in a management plan? Or do we say that somewhere else?
Yeah, I don't know. At least in consultation with relevant agencies, but I'm struggling with this one, you guys. I have to be honest. I'm not completely a thumbs down on this because I feel like this is somewhat of a reality for a management plan, looking at identifying connectivity areas or landscapes in between. But I'm trying to talk through it a little bit. Sorry.
Does that make it better though for you, Erin?
How does this, I mean, Cole, what's your, changing it to this way, what's your thoughts? I mean, clearly.
I don't have a problem with Erin's addition. I don't think it's crucial, but if she feels it is, I don't have a problem with it.
I don't know that it's crucial. I don't know that it adds anything. I mean, but.
I feel like when you say management plan, there is going to be a public process.
I agree with Cameron.
Yeah.
I don't think you can get around.
I can go either way. If it's a deal breaker for Erin not to have it, then I'm fine with having it in there.
And I would just add, this is Robyn, and I would just add that if we do that, so if we assume that, it wouldn't hurt to put it in there, Erin's suggestion here.
I just don't know if it adds anything. So I know Michelle's been wanting to talk too for a while.
I can't tell whose hand is new versus old. So for those that are not needing your hand raised, please take it down so that I can have a sense.
Sorry.
Okay, so Nick and Michelle.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, Michelle.
Well, one, I think the second sentence is covered throughout the document. But I would prefer something like the council supports FWP scientists, US, and relevant agencies and beer management specialists to discuss different areas where bears could be. I can't get behind telling them, because there's so many distinctions between, well, this is important for connectivity, but is it important for recovery? And this is more, I think, up to them. And I don't feel comfortable with this. I think that we've asked them to talk about likely connectivity areas. And I think that they will then start looking at, they've done zone systems and all kinds of things in the conservation strategy. I mean, I think that's just going to play out, but I don't feel comfortable telling them that it's important for connectivity. That's the thing that's going to be the deciding factor or not. Because I'm not a scientist and we aren't scientists, and it's really up to them to determine what's important and what's not. We're saying that we think connectivity is important, but they're going to have different
Michelle,
nuances.
that's just exactly what that sentence states.
No.
It asks them to identify.
But we're talking about connectivity, and there are other nuances I feel that are available to them and that they might think are more important. And I don't feel comfortable with telling them to draw some lines. I can't.
So move up one paragraph if you can, Trina. So under 15, we're also asking them to identify that area, not us, but them to do that. And then 16 just talks more to Cole's point. Trina, can you scroll up to 15?
Is Trina there?
Might have lost her for a minute.
Yeah, I think the reasoning behind the connectivity areas is that's part of the vision. That's part of where we're going. That's part of our focus. And we've established that as a focus. And so I think that's important. But I feel like the idea behind, let's say, where bears are not important is that's going to be this push. And it shows by 1, 2, and 3 that we're not going to have the protocols that have been established by these bear specialists and the scientists. I just don't want to undermine them. And I think that's something that Caroline's bringing up too. Like, it's really up to them. And if we start saying, well, in these non-important connectivity areas, we're going to remove bears quicker, then we are starting to change their protocols. And I don't feel comfortable with that. I think
we haven't said that, Michelle, just to be clear, we haven't said that. We've not said that bears aren't important in those areas, and we've not said we're going to remove them quicker. So I want to be clear.
Number 1 does say that. Number 1 under 16, I believe. I can't scroll up to it right now.
But Michelle, there's a difference, I think, between genetic and demographic connectivity. So that would be the Bitterroot, and then areas that are not important to connectivity would be expansion.
Right. No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that then we're saying that anything that's outside of this important connectivity area that develops our vision is then, like, those bears are expendable. And I'm not sure if that's the case. I mean, bears range, they could go out one way and come back into the connectivity area. And I also think that if we start saying that we're going to be like in number 1, special attention, different management, I think that we are then playing with their protocols.
So I'm gonna just back up because now you're getting into number 1, and I realize that these are all sort of interrelated, but let's go back to 15 and 16 and not get under the sub pieces of 16 just yet, and see if we can find consensus on keeping 15 and 16 not including the sub pieces under 16 just yet. We'll get to those in a minute.
Broadway Hotel.
So could we, Heather, just have somebody from the support team? Ken McDonald just popped up. I don't know if that's because he was talking or what, but or Martha or Quentin or whoever is on here, could they just look at these and say, you guys are way off, or this is what we've been asking for, or whatever? Because I feel like we're getting nowhere in this argument.
I'm willing to take a vote.
This is Martha. I'm following. I don't know if Quentin and Ken are too. But to answer your question, Trina, I'm trying to actually get my head around the question before us. I hear Cole's proposal. I heard the different answers, but I'm not entirely sure of where you are in that I've been following, but I'm not exactly sure of the question. Let me just say that.
Okay, so my question is, by putting Cole's recommendation in here, which is now number 16 if you're watching the screen, are we stepping on your toes, or are we giving you a clear guideline of what we want you to do while still using your science and doing your job?
I'm just rereading it. My delay is rereading it. Let me try to answer it this way, Trina. I think there's a reason that you all keep circling back on this, and that it is an important issue. We know going forward, and hence we would, I think, look to do this in a management plan. There are going to be some places that are more important than others for connectivity. But in managing for that, we also are going to need community support. And so it's not something that we've necessarily just done on our own because we've wanted to have to do this transparently. So I think it's helpful, yes, but I don't think it's for me to weigh in on those members of the council who may be concerned with the language versus not. You know, that's something I want to be careful about, but yes, I think it's helpful. Now, Ken, are you on as well? And do you have thoughts different than that?
Yes, I am on. I'm on my phone. So, you know, I think the language doesn't give me any heartburn. The devil's in the details in terms of how do you implement that? You know, how do you decide what is considered good habitat or not good habitat for connectivity, you know, and at what scale? So I think there's still a lot of work to be done.
Does that answer your questions enough, the council members?
Yes and no.
Well, I mean, I think really where you guys are is that, you know, as Martha and support team have been able to provide some guidance in terms of what would be helpful, but it's really up to council members to determine where there's consensus and agreement and language and how prescriptive or general or flexible as a council you want to be in this. And so what I'm sensing is that there's not full consensus around it. There's still some concern around some of this. We've known this for several months. And so at this point, it's really around how do you as a council want to articulate this in moving forward in terms of landscapes in between and those outside of connectivity areas? And we've got a couple of proposals on the table. The last one that I can remember at the moment was a motion to now, with the numbers on the screen, is to vote on including number 18 and 19. We're not looking at the subpoints just yet. I do see a number of hands raised. Nick and Annie, I think those were from earlier. So I think we're at Caroline and Jonathan.
Okay, and it's moved on since I wanted to speak, but I'm thinking of Michelle's concerns. I think when it's Fish, Wildlife, and Parks in consultation with agencies and through a public process, I think that covers it. I think that's the appropriate recommendation from our council, is to say, give this to the specialists, the public input from other relevant agencies, and then it's kind of like the hunting one. This is such a big question that I think for us to encourage Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to do this through a lot of input, a lot of science, a lot of public, a lot of community, as Martha mentioned. I think that's the best we can get to. And I hope that this addresses Cole's concerns, because I think it does, because I like where we're landing, and Cole wrote it, so I think that's good. And I hope that it can also, but that Michelle, your concerns, I mean, they're encompassed with it being as part of a planning process with all of those bear specialists and managers and outside scientists, et cetera, being able to weigh in and being part of the process. So I think we've landed in a place that through all of this discussion is an appropriate place for us to be.
You're on mute, Michelle. Michelle, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep thinking I'm muted. I hear what you're saying, Carolyn. I just don't like the wording because it's so specific. And the second sentence I think is covered throughout. So I don't know that we need to continue with all of that, or I guess I have different wording that might work, which is less specific. There's less implications to it. I would say the council supports FWP scientists and specialists and other relevant agencies, because at this time they're still working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and to evaluate areas outside of established recovery zones for translocation sites, prioritizing resources for education and outreach, transportation upgrades, and conflict prevention efforts.
Michelle, let me just respond by saying this is, for me, this is a non-negotiable. This is being less specific is going, in my opinion, is being, it's not living up to our mission, because we have said together that connectivity is important. And we said the landscapes in between, the 4 recovery areas and the landscapes in between. And if we're not willing to ask our managers, the relevant authorities, to distinguish what that actually means, to sort it out, recognizing that it's complicated, then we're not really recommending anything substantive at all. We're leaving it too unspecific. So for me, like, this is everything. If we can't agree on this, like, I'm out on connectivity in general. I mean, it's really critical. Everything hangs on this.
Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. I don't think, my feeling is being so specific, not being scientists, for saying if it's not good for connectivity, it's not important to the bear or to the bear biology. But that's what I'm saying. It's like those that support and those that don't support it. I would prefer them to have more leeway and more flexibility by saying, asking them to evaluate areas. And you could even say areas outside of, maybe we add to 18 and ask for evaluation of areas that are not, I don't know. I just think that this one, to me, is implying something that I can't get behind. I can get behind scientists and specialists looking at and evaluating areas that they have not evaluated up until this time, right? We haven't really looked at everything. The focus has been on these recovery areas. Now we're talking about the landscapes in between and the landscapes that aren't specifically in between those recovery areas. Those landscapes need to be evaluated for possible translocation sites, for prioritizing of resources, your second sentence. But I don't know that we need to say, we need to have them decide this is good for connectivity and this is not good for connectivity, because there might be other nuances that are important that the scientists are more aware of than we are, or the specialists.
But that's what we're telling them to do. That's what this says, is the FWP professionals should do this research and figure out. So this recommendation says exactly what you are saying. We're arguing the same point.
Correct.
But we're being very specific in how we want them to evaluate it, and I would rather just have it an open evaluation.
Michelle, are you talking about the number 1 under 19?
No, I'm talking about 19. I'm talking about saying, instead of FWP in consultation with relevant agencies and through a public process should evaluate areas outside of established recovery areas. Because.
But they have to do that in order to distinguish. So do you want to say should evaluate and? Because they obviously have to evaluate it before they can tell us which ones are important for connectivity and which ones aren't. So that is implied in the recommendation.
But my point is that is important for connectivity and not important for connectivity the right distinction to make?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I ask if adding recovery and connectivity to that, does that get closer?
And Jonathan, Nick, and Annie have had their hand up.
Oh, sorry.
So let's also hear if they've got some thoughts around this.
Yeah, I'd like to just weigh in kind of on the discussion, because it sounds to me like there's just some hard lines that people are, there's some defenses being put up that aren't really relevant because it's a hard line. But on one hand, it's not saying any of those specifics. It truly is leaving the decisions up to, originally it was FWP. I think the added relevant agencies and public opens that up to be any scientists who are involved in wildlife management. I think that's covered. As far as the interfering with protocols, I mean, if we're not going to do that, we need to get rid of everything that says who they should work with, when they should work with them, where resources should go. Those are all protocol decisions that we're making recommendations towards. And so I don't think that part of the argument really applies, because most all of our recommendations are intended to inform protocols in a way that Montanans can get behind it. And that's what we're here to do, is to help inform those things. I think there's been a lot of great ideas. Caroline said it really well. As far as the two different statements here, I think that they're so similar. We changed define to distinguish and just some other words. And I think Cole's more specific version is better. And I, for one, support that completely. And I think that there's just a realization that we've been talking about this particular idea in different ways time and time again. And it's just the reality of the situation in my mind. We do need to determine these. We're not telling them how to do it. We're not telling them where the appropriate areas are, but we're telling them that the state of Montana, it supports whatever process needs to be taken to identify those, to be able to prioritize resources. That's all throughout our guiding principles, our vision, and the preamble. I mean, every bit of what we've said is that resources need to be prioritized. And this is a tool that they'll have to be able to do that scientifically, both social and biological sciences, and make the best use of what's available to them. So I don't really understand the opposition to it. I completely support what Cole's written here.
Let's go to Nick.
You know, respecting Michelle and Cole, I've read this thing a dozen times now, and I mean, I don't see anything. I think this is an acknowledgement more than anything that resources are not unlimited, and that, you know, we have to make the agency will have to make some hard decisions. There's nothing in this that says that we're going to make certain areas bear free zones. It just, what I read is we need to put resources where it will best help facilitate this long-term vision of a meta population, and I'm okay with it.
Robyn, and then Martha.
So thank you, Nick. That was very helpful. What I was about to suggest for process, let's start rewording it so it gets that Michelle is bringing forth. And Nick, some of the things you added just then to help clarify what this statement is saying might be helpful to put into Cole's bullet point. So I think we should move to that.
Martha, did you have a comment that you wanted to share? I saw your hand just went down, so.
Well, yes, because you recognized me, so I didn't want to keep it up and forget. I don't know if this is helpful or not, but the way I read the language we're talking about, it's really, I don't know how we could not do this. I mean, you know, we're going to have to pay attention, and we're committing to pay attention to those areas where connectivity may happen. I mean, we should do that, and we are going to have to prioritize conflict reduction and education in those areas. And frankly, if I'm thinking about it honestly, how we've done it so far, bears have largely dictated where we've needed to do that, because we need to be helping people in those areas, hence the number of you who are on this council. So I'm not sure how we wouldn't do this and deliver, going to Erin's comment, deliver long-term recovery and addressing connectivity. I don't know if that helps, but I think we have to do this.
I'll make a motion to accept 18 and 19 as written.
Second.
Any opposed?
Can I propose a modification?
No.
Just that
Is it a
adding
modification that you cannot live without?
Well, I just think it would be clearer and more to our vision about important for grizzly bear recovery and connectivity.
Okay.
Where are you?
I think that it makes it better.
Are you like where it says
there.
considered important for grizzly bear connectivity? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, we're at where it's number 19 now, right?
19 now. So
Recovery.
say that again.
Grizzly bear recovery and connectivity.
Like that?
Like that?
Mm-hmm.
I'll amend my to it.
I mean, it's still, now it reads weird.
That can be wordsmithed, I think.
Yeah.
Any opposed?
Can I add, so, like, I'm trying to come up with something that we can reach consensus on, and I've offered wording, and I'd like to try to offer some more wording before we vote, because this doesn't work for me at this point. And I am trying to get my head around this. I understand that valuing areas is important. But I want to give them more leeway to do it in the way they feel necessary. Maybe takeout should clearly distinguish in its management plan. That should just, instead of that, say, and through a public process, should evaluate the landscapes. I want evaluation there rather than saying it's this way or that way.
How would you distinguish without evaluating, Michelle? How would you?
Cole, I'm looking for wording that can work for me. I really am.
Looking for a wording that works for him. So you guys got to.
He's got a point. You can't distinguish without evaluating. So like I said before, that's implied. And Martha just told us that this written in 19 is what they're going to have to do anyway. They can't not do that. So she just told us that we should just agree to it and move on. And I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I feel like at this point, some compromise needs to come from your side of the argument when it's
I'm trying to compromise with wording that I can compromise with. You know, you're just asking me to say, well, you know, this isn't. I think I'm offering options, and I'm not understanding why there's no
landscapes in between is a compromise for me.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But where is that in? So you're saying 18 is a compromise, because 18 says connectivity is defining connectivity areas or landscapes in between that are important. And then 19 says, again, to do it, and then those not.
So I think, Michelle, they're really trying to understand where you're coming from, and they're really struggling to do so at this point. And I think we've spent about an hour on
I know, and I don't want to.
If you're fully opposed to this, then 18 and 19 need to go in section 2 because there's not consensus. And I think that's
it's more than that, Heather. I want to state, like, it's really more than that, what we're talking about. What I'm saying is that we don't have full consensus on the vision or any given recommendation that deals with connectivity unless we can distinguish what is not important for connectivity. Unless we can recommend that what is not important be distinguished by FWP and relevant agencies. Like, you can't, you have to tackle, obviously, these individual recommendations as they come, because you can't evaluate everything as a whole. But these recommendations, they hold together, right? They have to be interpreted as a whole. And so I'm saying this is a non-starter for me. If we can't agree on this, then I can't agree on everything that has gone before. This is critical.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I'm just wondering if there's things like clearly distinguished to me, and I know, I understand, but to me that's really hard edged. And I'd like to bring in more flexibility for them.
And Michelle, what I'm hearing is that folks have wordsmithed this to try to get to what you're saying, and that they're kind of done. And so there's a motion on the table that what I'm hearing is that they're not willing to continue to wordsmith it at this point, unless I'm hearing wrong.
I have a question, I guess.
Annie.
Clearly distinguish. I guess, Michelle, are you saying that we shouldn't ask FWP to say where bears are not important to connectivity?
No, and that's what I'm trying to say. I don't think. I mean, I think.
Then wait. Okay.
I'd like to speak.
Nope.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Clarifying question then. In your mind, is clearly distinguish a line on a map rather than just a wishy-washy definition that they come up with.
I'm seeing a line on a map, which I'm not because I think these should be fluid. I guess what I would like to see in Cole, I haven't.
So wait, I'm not done. So I'm trying to understand the wording. So is it distinguish that you don't get behind right here? Is it clearly distinguish that is hard?
Rather than distinguishing and saying that this is important and that's not important, I would rather say evaluate the importance of those landscapes. Something more flexible to them.
But I think
Okay,
maybe
so can we add clearly evaluate?
So maybe I am wrong to assume this, but maybe you are the only one who is feeling that by clearly distinguishing will tie their hands. Maybe FWP, like Martha said, by clearly distinguishing, they will have to evaluate this, and that they don't feel their hands will be tied by evaluating and distinguishing these areas, is what I heard from Martha and what I've heard from the rest of the council. I think at a certain point, I think we have to let them distinguish it, because if we evaluate it, I fully feel there are areas of Montana that are not important to the connectivity of grizzly bears in these subpopulations to make a metapopulation. I think Glendive has nothing to do with connectivity, and I feel FWP should clearly distinguish that far eastern Montana has nothing to do with this. They don't have to say it with lines, but I'm really concerned that I think that you might be the only person who's worried that their hands are going to be tied, and that they aren't worried their hands are going to be tied.
I haven't heard from a bear specialist, but I do should evaluate and identify those landscapes that can be considered important for grizzly bear recovery and connectivity, and those that cannot.
And then the second sentence, because it's important.
Well, I'm not sure if that's not already meted out, or if that should be under in the 1, 2, 3 underneath. Does that make sense? But I mean, I could live with the second sentence if we soften the first sentence.
So if we've got should evaluate and identify those landscapes and take out clearly distinguish in its management plan, that works for you. And Cole, does that work for you?
Oh, I'm having a hard time reading Trina's on the screen share, so I'm going over to my own document here.
So what are we changing? Say that again.
So the proposal is that we've got Montana FWP in consultation with relevant agencies and through a public process should evaluate and identify those landscapes that can reasonably be considered important for grizzly bear recovery and connectivity from those that cannot. And we would take out clearly distinguish in its management plan.
I don't get that at all.
I think we need to stick with that clearly distinguished, in all due respect, Michelle.
Martha, I see your hand up.
You know, guys, just for Christ's.
We need to move on.
I'd like to hear from Martha again. Her hand was up.
I don't know if this helps now. I'm just trying to understand the hang up here, and what's going on. I'm just trying to understand. So asking also a clarifying question. And I'm following, Michelle, the language of evaluate and identify, and that makes sense to me as well. Are you, though, concerned is where you're worried about tying Fish, Wildlife, and Parks' hands? Are you concerned that this language would preclude Fish, Wildlife, and Parks from putting resources toward bears that are not in the where we've evaluated and identified our connectivity areas? Is that what's driving your concern? In part, I'm trying to understand.
I'd like to hear from Robyn, but I'll answer. My concern is that we're going to distinguish lines and then we're just going to knock off bears on the outside of those lines. That's my concern.
And so is that addressed elsewhere? What this is this to me from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is trying to focus our efforts and doesn't say, well, anyway.
Yeah, when you do a management plan, I guess Fish and Wildlife Services or United Fish and the FWS will have in your management plan, they're going to have say in your management plan, correct? Because the bear's not delisted, or is that not the case?
If I
don't want to exclude them from this either.
Okay.
And I can get behind should evaluate, identify, and distinguish those landscapes. I just, when it's getting directed to the management plan, I feel like it takes the other agencies kind of out of the mix a little bit more, but tell me if I'm wrong.
It's clear. It says in consultation with relevant agencies. How are you getting the fact that Fish Wildlife Services is not going to be involved in this process? I mean, it seems like you keep changing where your problem lies and how and what in this paragraph you don't like.
No, I'm sorry, Bret, if I'm being unclear. And I don't want to. I feel like I would like to take the management plan out of there just because it's too specific for me, especially when the bear is not delisted at this point.
But Fish, Wildlife, and Park is going to be in the process of developing a management plan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think we should be giving them? Isn't that the whole purpose of this document, is to give them guidance?
Right, and yeah.
Michelle, where else would that information go if not in the management plan? After they've evaluated and identified, what would they do with it?
Well,
the plan is where it would go.
Yeah, I'm just. What if we? I do want to move on, and I'm sorry, I don't want to just take up people's time. I'm trying to wordsmith, and it's pulling back on me. My big fear is the next 3 points. So I'm not sure if my fear is to agree to this and then say, okay, well, now we've got those lines in, let's say this.
So let me interject. This has been an incredibly important conversation. This has been an incredibly hard conversation. This has been a hard conversation for the last several months, the last several meetings where this has been coming up, and it's a similar topic to hunting where we knew that there were some varying opinions around this. I continue to be really impressed with everyone's ability to engage in this conversation, to try and hear each other, to try and compromise, to try and really understand how to articulate this concept. And it's challenging. And I feel like you've all gotten really, really close. And I know, Michelle, this is so hard for you to be the one pinned up against the wall. And I don't think that that's anyone's intention. And I don't think that you're doing this on purpose either. I think this is a hard conversation and everyone's really trying to work together to find a way to reach agreement on what's here. What I think I just heard you say, and I want to be careful to not put words in your mouth or to I'm not trying to be manipulative whatsoever, but what I thought I heard you just start to say was that perhaps you could get on board with agreeing with 18 and 19, and then we need to look at the sub pieces underneath, that's not assumed that there would be agreement under that. It's 5 o'clock. We're going to need another meeting because there are other pieces in this document that we haven't gotten to. It would be really helpful if we could, if you are, Michelle, able to agree to this point, now that you've heard from council members, you've shared your concerns. If you're not, then what we need to do is have some additional time and get some additional language from you. And we're going to need to reconvene anyway. I appreciate, Martha, your perspective on this and being available to engage in this conversation. I think everyone's found that really helpful. So, Michelle, I want to just check in with where you are given the compromises and edits that have been made based on what you've requested. Can you agree to number 19, or are you a hard no?
I'm still a hard no, but I'd be very happy to come up with different wording for the next meeting.
And when you come up with different wording, can you also take into consideration Cole's hard line? I mean, he's been very clear about this, and Lawrence has too. And so I know Lawrence isn't here, but I think Lawrence would also feel pretty strongly about this. And that conversation, I think, is going to need to happen. There's going to need to be some dialogue on the document, because we can't wait until the next meeting and spend another hour on this. We really need to be able to find that language and have a quick decision made on it at the next meeting.
I agree. Can I come and come up with wording using his help and then run it by Cole? Or
I think that first step would be to come up with some wording and talk with Cole and Lawrence for sure before putting it in the document for further comment. I think that's a really good idea.
Let me just say, Heather, I don't think it's about me and Lawrence so much as it's about, I think, everyone. We're not the only ones that have felt strongly about this distinguishing with other council members too. And so I think if Michelle has alternative language, perhaps she could share it with the rest of the council.
Yes,
my thought was to get some feedback from you and Lawrence and then put it into the comments so the council can see it, or on an email chain, whichever works best.
My concern is that I don't want to frame this as a Cole issue. This is not just me, right? This is other people.
I don't think there's anybody on the council that doesn't agree with the wording that's already in here. We've already added some wording to try to help you, Michelle, and that's with evaluate and identify, or evaluate, comma, identify, comma, and clearly distinguish. I mean, it just seems to me that you keep changing the goal or what it is you want this paragraph to look like.
I'm guessing that I'm not being very clear, Bret, and I apologize for that.
Well, and Michelle, I just want to, I share your concerns, but I don't read into this. I understand what you're saying, but what Cole's, I think, saying is this document is riddled with calls to have connectivity and a meta population of grizzly bears. When you say that, and I hope I'm characterizing what you were saying, Cole, correctly, you have to identify which areas are essential to that acknowledging that, again, resources, we wish money were a non-issue, but it's always an issue, and we need to put energy in that. And we're just telling the agency to do that with its statewide plan, which I think is, I can't imagine the agency wouldn't do that. And through a robust public process too. And that's.
Yeah, no, I definitely see what you're saying, Nick. But I'd really like to come up with wording that I can feel more comfortable with. And
it looks like Jonathan has inserted some wording. I can't fully see it. And Robyn and Erin have their hands up. So Robyn and Trina, can you move it to where we can see Jonathan's words?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
So that was my suggestion. I've been looking at Jonathan's suggestion for quite some time. So I think we look at that, but I'm also really fine with, because we're past our time today, with allowing Michelle some time to come back with alternative language. And I just want to remind everybody that what we had agreed to, or at least how I understood our process, is that anything we're going to bring back to the table now is alternative language. So let's just get real, distinct about that. And this is where the, that devil is in the details, but we got to try to find the words that are going to make us all comfortable. So Jonathan may have found the pot of gold for us, but if not, definitely let's just keep it to a languaging piece now, a wordsmithing piece, so we can move on.
Thanks, Robyn. Erin?
Yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, I share your concerns. I've been very vocal about concerns about lines. That will be something I will have to continue to address within a management plan that comes forward, whatever that looks like. This specific one implies the recognition that areas are going to be managed differently. And I honestly struggle with this, but the way this is worded, it goes to the appropriate entity through a process that will have to occur. I do share your concerns about the following 3 bullets, and those roll some pretty serious concerns. So I recognize that, Michelle, but I'm wondering, because I worry if we do this back and forth, I don't know. I wonder if it's not this. I think this is more than wordsmithing to me, which is worrisome in the process. So Cole, I do think it would be beneficial if if we go forward with her having, if with Michelle, you having language for it to be filtered through you, Cole, on some level.
I'm fine to have her bounce language off me. I want to be clear that it's not a Cole concern, though. It's if we want to bounce language between the two of us in preparation for the next meeting, that's fine. I do have to go, you guys. Thank you for today. It's been a challenge, but I appreciate what everybody's given.
And we'll, and Cole, we'll send out an email in terms of probably sending out a doodle poll for a next meeting. And so what I'd like to do at this point is talk about what our next steps need to look like. Thanks, Cole, for staying on. I know that was
me too. I got another meeting.
Thanks, Chuck. So what we'll need to do is perhaps, Charlie, if you could send out a doodle poll and we can find a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours and we need a quick turnaround. So I would suggest if we can find a time for next week and just send out a doodle poll if we can block off a morning or an afternoon and see what folks' schedules are. Charlie, are you able to do that? Thanks, got a thumbs up from Charlie. In the meantime, I'm wondering, and this is a big ask, I know, Trina and Annie and Jonathan, might the 3 of you be able to address the areas in the document that we were able to go over so that we can go over those areas at the same time?
Yes.
How much is left? I mean, we're
close. we're really close, and I think this was the one that we anticipated taking the longest amount of time in terms of discussion besides hunting. So I think we're really close. There's a couple more under this section, and there's just a couple in the remaining sections, maybe 3.
I guess I'd like to see from the council if the rest of them that are here could stick on for another hour and try to get some of this done. I just I think it's a shame that we spent so much time today and we just still are not accomplishing our tasks.
I can certainly stay on another half hour, 45 minutes. I don't think it will take that much time given the couple that we've got to address. And then we would still need another meeting time to go over the remaining parts that were addressed today that were not resolved, in addition to the one that we just discussed. So if folks want to do that, we can certainly do that. Anyone opposed to staying on maybe another half an hour?
I think we're down a few people. Yeah, I think we should call it. I know, Bret, that's tough, but I don't know.
Yeah, I know we're all busy. It just seems like you take a half a day out of your day, and
sure,
I would just like to see us accomplish more than what we are.
And we knew this was going to be a tough conversation. I think.
You're right.
You know. Yeah, I appreciate that motion, and I appreciate wanting to get it done. And I appreciate that we have lost a few people. So I'm optimistic.
As to your writing team question, it'll kind of depend on when the next meeting is. I've been really like burning the candle on both ends to get ready for this meeting, and giving up a lot of time. So it'll just depend on when the next meeting's planned as to whether or not we can get together before then.
Well, and Jonathan, I could offer help. I mean, if the other council members were okay with that, if somebody needs, between now, I'm not having my surgery this week. So if other folks needed some downtime, I could step into that.
Thanks, Erin.
Thank you, Erin.
I could toss it. This is Darren.
Thank you, Darren.
I think the biggest thing that we need is everybody needs to get their comments in right now so that we can move on with our lives and not have to have all these lengthy discussions during our meeting. I mean, we basically lost our whole afternoon arguing, and we're a long way from finished.
Are we not adding any new stuff at this point, though? Am I understanding that correctly? Because at this point, it feels like we're going through what we're going through with modifications, but we're not adding.
The writing team has tried really hard to not add things that are new. We've also tried, when there's comments, to change what has had consensus, like to the preamble. We're really trying to not change those. And so unless there's a glaring omission, like with connectivity, we're really not adding anything else. And that's, if you've seen comments that didn't make it, that's why we didn't add them, is we've passed that time.
And, just for some background, I mean, this one that we've just spent a lot of time on, I mean, this was the writing team's kind of compromise from some much, I would call them stricter ways of saying that. And so, Michelle, it's like, there's been a heck of a lot of compromise to bring it to that point. Like large steps. And I just think it's worth noting how much compromise has come in on everyone's side, and just that to say nothing about it or to kick it down to section 2 will probably be more harmful to what your objectives are than having it in there carefully thought out. That's just my opinion on that.
Yeah.
Well, and what I heard Cole say is that it can't go to section 2 because it then he can't agree to anything in the document. So when I said that, you got to scratch that, because he corrected me on that one.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Because we already voted on, so I just struggled with that statement.
Well, I think to Jonathan's point, there's been a lot of compromise being made, and it's helpful to hear what the writing team has really been doing with all the comments that have come in, and how thoughtful you all have been in trying to articulate and capture a unified voice of the council. So thank you for that. I think the next step is for Sean and Charlie and I to connect with writing team members, including Darren and Erin, to see what your schedules are, and for Charlie to send out a doodle poll to see if we can capture another morning or afternoon next week to gather as many as the full members of the council that we can to go through this document. We're really close, and I think that in convening again, it would be helpful to have the next iteration of this draft document, as opposed to just going through the item we just did in the next couple of pieces. So we want to make sure that the writing team has sufficient time to integrate the discussion that we've had today, so that we can make the best use of the next meeting. Charlie, I saw you pop on.
Yeah, I don't know if you're catching the hands. Sean raised.
No, I'm having a
there at the end.
Yeah. Sean, sorry about that.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know Charlie was my spokesperson now. That's great. I just wanted to say thank you to the council members, and I know that you guys are so close, and it feels like a little bit of a disappointment that we didn't cross the finish line this afternoon. But I just want to push back on the idea that you guys didn't accomplish a lot this afternoon, or that this isn't a significant step forward. This conversation around different areas and different places in the state, setting those priority areas in some way that provides meaning and direction, is really challenging. And so we knew that was going to be challenging. And I think you guys are so very close to finding agreement around that. And the rest of the document, honestly, I bet there's 30 minutes left to work on working through the rest of them. So you're really close. Who was laughing?
You are really close, Erin. Stop.
We're all laughing at you, Sean.
Well, I mean, in terms of the conversation, and then we can give it back to Jonathan for another 40 hours of massaging. But after that, I think it's pretty good. No, but I think there's a lot of significant progress here, and I don't want you to lose sight of that just because we didn't quite make it through today. In terms of next steps, I think Heather's right. We want to connect with the writing team and get a sense of their schedules, and then we'll reach back out to everyone with a doodle poll just to put all these pieces in place. But just another really good demonstration of respectful process and over challenging and complex issues. And so please don't feel discouraged. At the end of the day, we're still making good progress, and we'll get there.
And Annie.
As part of the writing team who added your biographies last time, I'm giving you until tomorrow to update your biography, and then it is done. And we will not edit them again, ever. Update your biography, or it is staying as it is. You have until tomorrow at noon when I go camping.
Do we even need a biography in this?
What, Bret?
Do we really even need our biographies in this?
Somebody asked, just edit it, and then we can take them out if needed.
Okay.
Please just do it.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for a really good, I know it was a hard meeting, just to reiterate what Sean and I both said. You guys are working hard, so thank you so much. And we'll be in touch. Have a good night.
Night all.